Alright, so I have tried at this point to do a few different test runs on the War Within beta, and none of them have worked out because it has been bugged to shit. It's been awful. Absolutely miserable. Nothing has been working. But finally, at 1 a.m., the day before the pre-patch is about to go live, they finally managed to get the beta in a apparently functional state. So I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to do a test run here. Oh. Apparently when I went to make coffee, my live split crashed. Huh. Fun. So, when did that happen? God damn. Let's get that open again. I was looking around, and I was like, wait, where did my timer go? Gotta love it. Okay, fix that. Cool. Day of. Well, yeah, technically it is the day of, I guess. Though, realistically speaking, we're probably about 20 hours out from the pre-patch because there is no chance that this goes live early in the day tomorrow. It's going to be a while. I should also note that, you know, for people watching this video on YouTube, I am currently live streaming this on Twitch, so if you hear me respond to somebody and you can't see it, it's because this was a Twitch live stream, and that is why there's, like, you know, questions that I'm answering. I'm not just, like, talking to myself. I'm not hearing voices. Well, maybe I am, but in this case, you know, the voices are actual people. But we're going to do this Druid run. This is the first actual test run that I've done, technically speaking. I am going to be doing more, like, concrete runs in the future. This run, I'm just going to hop in because, like, it's not really serious. And also, if you missed the previous live stream where I tried to do the shaman run and then had to stop it because everything was fucked, then you've probably missed the whole heirlooms are broken thing. So I'm actually going to pause the timer about like 2 minutes into the run to fix heirlooms, because normally they should not be broken in like every other speedrun. But obviously, because they're broken right now on the beta, I'll have to deal with that. But I don't want that to like count against me on the timer, because that would be really stupid. It shouldn't be broken in the first place. We're going to select Legion Chromie time. Select the timeline, Legion Invasion. And technically I should have Light Form already with Dynamic Flight. I'll have to look into that. That might be level 20, actually, when I get that. Okay. Just do this. And then this is where I'm going to pause the timer, because stuff in the mailbox is really broken right now, and I also didn't like take my time mailing all of this stuff correctly. So normally I would hit open all, and when I do one of these speedruns, I tend to spend a lot of time mailing everything in like a very specific order so that it's all like sorted. And because we're just doing this test run at 1 in the morning, I'm just not bothering with that. This is like a last second, okay, Blizzard, I give up, you know, type of test run. And then before I do anything else, I'm going to fix my UI. So edit mode, this, options. Normally this is also stuff that I could do beforehand. A lot of these settings will carry over. Interface, always show nameplates. And now I need to create heirlooms. So the big change with heirlooms, which we hope that this is not correct, and that this is an oversight by Blizzard, is that right now they are binds to Warbound when you equip them, which means that you can't actually send enchanted heirlooms anymore. That's broken. And that is really bad. It's a really, really, really stupid change. I'm going to go with Hellscream's pig sticker. And actually, no, I want this Dread Pirate Ring, and then Minari Training Amulet, Elemental Confluence, and Infallible Tracking Charm. Malernus said, morning, this is early in Denmark. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty early for me, too. Or late, depending on your point of view. I normally don't stream it this time. I've been doing late streams a good deal more recently, but normally not this late, and if it wasn't like this particular set of circumstances where things have been broken up until literally a few hours ago, I would have done this run at any other period of time, but you gotta make do with what you have, right? Clear that, move that there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take items out of my bags the way that I would normally have had them dropped in. So, yeah, gliders, then XA1000, swim speed pots, shimmer scale, swiftness potions, more of that stuff. That stuff will go last. Enchant boots, minor speed. There seems to be a decent amount of latency on the PTR or beta right now. I don't know why. And then it would be consumables. So that Darkman Firewater drums. Then level 30 stuff. Did I think I forgot to send Elixir of the Mongoose. No, I did. There it is. Ghost Elixir. This stuff. Level 40 stuff. That's more level 40 stuff. Bear Tartar. Then level 50 consumes. 50, that was a level 40. I missed one or two level 40 things. Then that. And we'll open that last. Then all of the BOEs. Then this. And then all of the enchants. Okay. 6 a.m. where you are and you have yet to sleep, damn. And 7 a.m. where Malernus is, damn. You're on vacation, though? Nice. So now I can enchant most of my heirlooms. The unfortunate thing is, some of these enchants I won't be able to apply due to level requirements. So, if I wanted to apply it normally, I would need to go ahead and, like, do what I did on the previous stream, which is create a character at a level high enough to apply these enchants and then do it at that stage. So for now, they're just going to sit here, and when I reach 32 and then 50, I can apply this stuff. Then I can go ahead and take minor speed and apply it to... I think I've already applied it to that stuff, right? I haven't applied it to that. Do that, and then I can gem everything. So I can put Masterful Jewel clusters there. I think that some of these heirlooms I bought... Wow, the scaling is not kind on that. Though by the time that I reach 61, I actually should be using those gems, yeah. So it's, if I have any sockets on these items, I do have one. And these gloves as well. I think that's it for those. And yeah, that should be everything. So now we can resume the timer. And I'm going to go ahead, take this, put it there. Right, my keybinds are fucked. We'll go ahead, skip the Legion intro. Probably going to have some long loading screens because the beta has been very slow today. Reminder, don't go to WoD. Yeah, good point. I actually, in that case, I shouldn't need to talk to Chromie at all because I don't need the WoD intro stuff. So good call. We can head... the only question is, will the Silver Moon portal be active? And I think it should still be active. So, yeah, it's available. Long loading screens. Well, I already have Legion Chromie time. So I'm in Chromie time. I just don't need to go talk to WoD Chromie time. Or I talk to Chromie for WoD to get that scaling. Because that is... it's all the same. The only reason I would need to go for WoD is like the breadcrumb quest. Okay. I'm trying to still stay mostly faithful to the regular speedruns. So I'm waiting until we actually get to the Sylvanas roleplay to do anything else. There we go. And come on. There we go. And now that I've started the roleplay, now we can fix bars. Speak of the devil. So I can swap specs to Guardian. No Chromie time, Kata zones are up to 35? Yeah. I could technically do that. What are those Scourge fiends doing here? Those fiends, as you so delicately put it, are called Valkyr.
With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent Scourge became unemployed. Those fiends, as you so delicately put it, are called Valkyr. They are under my command now. And they are
Do
part of
that.
the to see you.
I think that's everything that I need immediately.
Very well, War Chief. I have solved the plight of the Forsaken.
What you've done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
We are now able to take the corpses of the fallen
Okay.
and create new.
Remember Mr. Yak? Yep. I got the yak.
Agatha, show the War Chief.
Now it's just a question of putting everything on my bars in the correct spot. So we put that there, put regrowth there, put that there, there.
What you have done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
War Chief,
Without these Forsaken, my people would die out.
our hold upon Gilneas and Northern Lordaeron would crumble.
Have you given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now?
Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde.
What's your clever
I put Maul on 4, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's my Maul keyline. It's actually been a hot minute since I've played Bear.
sure the Banshee Queen is well guarded?
I think I got everything.
Be expecting a when next we meet.
Oh, actually, Chori. Looks like the dungeon portals are not on new characters. So there's probably like a set level in which you unlock it. The raid portals you get. The dungeon portals you don't. Also, yeah, at this level, I don't have access to dynamic flight in my Druid flight form, but I'm pretty sure at level 20, Druid flight form gets access to that. I could be wrong. You don't do mythic raids? Yeah, well, admittedly, the mythic raid portals are not that impactful. Like, we've already had that since Shadowlands. It just hasn't actually been useful. Okay. At 20, I'll get both? Okay, cool. Yeah, it looks like just switching into bear form, I can't do in dynamic flight. I have to manually click the button to exit dynamic flight, like re-click the mount key, and that will make it work. I do at least get the 60% mount at this level, or like the basic travel form, which is nice. It's a little bit better than before. I don't need to rely entirely on cat form. Overall, Druid, I think, came out in a pretty good spot from all of these changes, because it still has all of its key advantages with, like, static flight, flight form being able to interact with objects, so I'll actually probably do that quite a bit while leveling. We'll switch into regular flying and grab, like, 1 or 2 items. Just put Moonfire on a bunch of stuff. We're gonna Renegade over there. And grab that. You didn't know the portals are a permanent thing? Thought they only lasted the season? No. They are... Yeah, they're permanent. The portals are really nice. That being said, technically speaking, it's not like you'll never be able to obtain them again. It definitely will take some time before you can get them. I would say if you haven't done so already and the portals are something that you're interested in, try to get all of the Dragonflight ones before they're gone, because they probably won't come back for a little while. But you can get at least all of those Dragonflight ones now. But I'll give you an example, right? Like back in Shadowlands, I got all of those portals, and now Necrotic Wake and Mists of Tyrannus Scythe are coming back in War Within Season 1. So I'm sure that, like, long-term, over the course of the game, there are going to be many opportunities to earn some of the portals that already came and went. But definitely, it's one of the reasons why, even during seasons when I don't care too much about getting the... I don't care too much about getting, like, Mythic Plus score, etc. I still always make sure to get the portals, because they are very impactful. Okay. Gonna conserve my vigor here a little bit. And then here's the Murloc quest. There we go. Yeah, that saves a lot of time. I don't even need to use Gunshoes and Gliders for the most part. It's really hard to say exactly how much Dynamic Flight will save, but that, over the course of that entire section of questing, that was at the very least 1 minute shaved off. So if we just start shaving off minutes here and there, it adds up. It'll be, admittedly, less of a major time save towards the end of the route when we would have already had flying. It'll still save time, of course, because it is faster than regular flight. But it is an insane time save for this part of the run specifically, because going from having not even, like, fast ground riding to dragon riding for Silverpine Forest is just a complete swing in the opposite direction in terms of how long travel time takes. This also, one thing that's kind of nice is now character mobility, like crossing long distances, so Druid travel form, monk mobility, etc., that plays a far less impactful role in how long it takes to level now. Because at the very least for these early levels, you'll be able to just dragon ride everywhere and it doesn't matter. It still matters a little bit because, like, my mobility within this area, right? Having to switch into cat form and dash around to get the Doomweed, that can still amount to like 15, 30 seconds across the entire quest, doing that as quickly as possible. So it's not that mobility doesn't matter at all. Death Knights will still be at a mild disadvantage for parts, but the difference will be way more marginal. Alright, moment of truth. I trust Chori, but Is this working now? Yay! Oh, we can finally do this quest. Regular flight also got a nice speed boost. Yeah. So for sections where I'm forced to use Druid flight form, that'll just be even faster than it was before. Trust but validate? Exactly. Remember Flick and Swish? Yep. They could do a 10 dungeon rotation and add 2 portals back each season. Yep, that could be cool. Probably save gun shoes for indoor movement. Can you use gun shoes indoors? I don't think you can. There are definitely going to be areas where I can't mount, but I can use gun shoes, but I think a lot of times indoors it wouldn't work. It'll probably save a lot of time in lock mode on for Alliance. Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is going to be very impactful for Alliance. They'll save a lot of time. Would the last quest in Duskwood be worth doing now? Duskwood in general, it's now worth doing all of the quests because I'm pretty sure in recent versions of the guide, I said the moment you hit level 30, leave Duskwood and just go to the WoD Intro. Because basically the end quests in Duskwood were still good, but it took so long to actually reach them that it was not actually worth doing. At this point, it is worth doing the entirety of Duskwood. The only question is whether or not it's worth doing Mor Ladim, just because Mor Ladim is like, it is a singular quest that you have to fly all the way out there to reach, and then fly all the way back to turn in. I don't know if that's worth doing, just because that one single quest, even when we account for travel time, just the quest density isn't worth it. The end of Duskwood always used to be present in the route, back when it was required to like reliably hit max level without doing extra zones. But when we reached a point where we could start shaving off certain sections of the route, it became efficient to remove that end section of Duskwood, purely because if you're going to shave something, that was the thing to shave. Because while it did have good quest density, the travel time made it not worth it. So the main thing that the flight is going to impact is quests where the density was really good, but it took such a long time to actually move around the area to complete, either to complete the quests themselves or to go back and forth between questing hubs. The best example that I can think of is the Bulwark in Western Plaguelands. The density there is pretty good. It's just every single time you finish the quests, you have to run all the way back to like the entrance of Tearsfall Glades, and that can really, really, really slow you down. Whereas now, all you need to do is just quickly flap over, and you're good to go. Let's see. There's usually a chest in this area. That was a terrible flap. So there could be a chest somewhere nearby. I'm gonna do like a standard big pull here. And we'll do the Lazy Peon quest. Druid would definitely be a lot better if you had access to dynamic flight form at level 10. Obviously, it's still fine. Like, this is still faster than having to constantly get back up onto my mount. But it would be insane if you could do both. I'll pull the Forest Eden while I'm at it, just so I can clear out all this stuff. Doesn't really matter. And... yep. Then it's just this barrel, or this crate, and then this crate. And then this is definitely a good gun shoe spot, because I can't just fly away. I don't want the Orc Sea Pup to fall behind. but I do want to be able to round up these mobs. This should be enough. Yeah, I only need 2 diseased organs, so should be good here. And then we'll dash. I think once this dash expires, I'll hop onto my flight mount and just try to not leave it too far behind. Just like slow zigzag pattern. Yeah, it's keeping up here. So just do the zigzag, and there we go. Oh, I actually don't need the orc? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I vaguely remember that. Good point. Alright. Do a big spider pull here. Practice the shadow spinners up. That makes sense. Tag. 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 I think I should be able to kill all these without them leashing. Yeah, we're good. Alright, perfect. Okay. I don't need to actually loot anything off these spiders. I am going to break a bunch of the webbed victims here. And while I'm at it, I'll just do a big spider pull here. There. And, like, the mob kill experience isn't a ton, but I figure if I'm going to round up a bunch of mobs, like, it is something. Like, what's that? 88 XP per mob? Yeah, 88 XP doesn't seem like a ton, but across an entire subzone, if it takes me the same amount of time to thrash, like, 5 mobs down, I might as well be thrashing 10 mobs down while I'm at it. Alright, got all those webbed victims. Now I can just run to the ends. And... okay. Gunshoes is still on cooldown. Pop my head in here, that chest is not up. And then when dash fades, we swiftness pot. I don't see a chest there. There's sometimes one in the final room. Yep, there we go. There's our chest. And perfect. Pop up here, loot the chest. Awesome. The crab cave. Oh wait, turn on arachnophobia mode. Good idea. Where do I find that? General. Oh my god. They just become crabs. That's great. Yeah. I wonder if there'll be, like, any weird gameplay use for arachnophobia mode. Like, maybe there's gonna be a raid boss that has... it's like a spider, and it has this really annoying hitbox. Like, maybe Senarth, right? You could use it on Senarth, and maybe the crab version of Senarth has a much easier to see hitbox, and the fight just becomes easier overall. Well, what I mean, that's exactly what I mean, right? It's more about, like, having stuff not obstruct your vision. It's basically like, think about it like this. It's like the inky black potion on Tindril type thing, where it's just about making the fight more readable. That's kind of what I was thinking of when I meant that could make things easier.
What joy is there in this curse?
I think... I know this bugs out a lot of times if you... there we go. Will Agatha go away if I mount up? Can I do, like, zigzag and have her follow? Let me just check. Yep, she's still following. Okay. So as long as I do zigzag and don't go super fast, Agatha should follow. We're good. Perfect. Yeah. I haven't run into that bug a lot lately, because usually I do Silverpine really early, so it's before I actually get a mount. But obviously now more people are going to start running into that bug, since you're able to get your mount super fast. Also, before I forget, I need to disable Cinematic Canceller. Oh, I already have it disabled. Oh, perfect. Right. What? My Agatha died, so I didn't get credit for any of that. Well, that's awkward. That is one that I have yet to encounter before. Yeah, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Agatha, what are you doing? Why is this NPC being stupid? It's getting stuck on individual mobs. This is not something that I have seen happen very often. Okay. Jesus Christ. There we go. Yeah, Gunshoes fades the moment you go indoors. There we go. Same at the end of Gilneas, the NPCs won't spawn. Yeah, that one can be a little bit annoying. Oh, I missed a few messages before. Hold on. You can get that 25% XP boost from warbands? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to not test that whenever possible during the pre-patch. So, all of my guides will be done assuming you have a 0% buff from the warband thing. I'm not going to factor that in. Obviously, once you have that, that will be a nice benefit. And I do technically have a 10% warband increase on this character. However, I am not using Draft of the 10 Lands. So, in order to counteract the 10% that I have in the beta, I'm just not using the 10% XP pot. So, it's the same overall amount. This just makes it easier. That way I don't need to constantly click off the buff. After the War Within goes live... What? Okay. This is definitely... They fucked some scaling thing here. Agatha just died to the scripted roleplay. Agatha's... scaling is wrong. She dies during the roleplay. Shit. Now I might die. Shit. The jailer wanted her back. Yeah, see, the irony is, wait, this is actually a time save, because now I can fly to the shore. So... the hilarious part is, that actually worked out in my favor. But that's not supposed to happen. That's definitely not supposed to happen. I'm gonna set my Hearthstone here just in case I forget. And I think... yeah, I picked up all the quests. Also, when I do the stuff where the mine is getting blown up, I need to remember to spend more talent points. Could do the 10 to 70 guides in the PTR? Yeah. I mean, either way, it doesn't really matter where I do my testing. The only thing that actually matters is that I account for the XP bonus during my tests, and I don't include it in the guides. So it won't make a big deal. Frankly, I probably will do a lot of my testing on the PTR, just because I don't want to constantly delete and recreate characters at this stage, because I've hit the character cap on my main account. So if I'm going to be making a character, I want it to be a character that I actually need. You can right-click the bonus, yes. We tested that on the other stream. Yeah. So on the Shaman stream, I found out by accident that you can right-click off this 10% XP bonus. I don't believe it's intentional. Most stuff like that, you're not meant to click it off. But I'm obviously not going to demonstrate it now, because then that would get rid of it. You technically can pre-enchant most heirlooms. Yes, Cadus, that's what we did on the other one. But some of them will become soulbound because of the enchant. But, I mean, that's still a really janky workaround. So, I would prefer to not have to do that. Yeah. I agree, it's probably not intended. The nice thing about it, though, is that because you can click off that buff, I'm able to do my 70 to 80 testing without the 10% XP buff. Because I can do, like, a really janky workaround regardless, even if it is not intended, by just replacing Draft of 10 lands with this buff. So it kind of works out. But I can't do that with War Within 70 to 80. Because the only way that I'd be able to factor that into War Within 70 to 80 is by not using War Mode for the 10% War Mode bonus. But the problem with that is War Mode talents are actually kind of impactful for leveling, so I wouldn't want to sacrifice my Warbound or my War Mode talents just to, like, make the numbers more accurate. That would feel really bad. But now, in order to just make the testing more accurate, I can click off the buff and keep my War Mode bonus. Oh. Crash. Alright. Hold on. Pause the timer. I really hope that's not, like... Really hope that is not going to just be a crash loop. I mean, just have a repeat of the WoD Intro stuff where this run's just not possible. Because that would really fucking suck. Like, at that point, I don't know, I would give up. For reference, on the off chance that this isn't yet another crash loop and that it's just a fluke crash, which could be the case, right now the WoD Intro on the beta is broken, and midway through you just get stuck in a crash loop and you can't progress. So we're not actually going to be touching the WoD Intro during this. Alright. Unfortunately, it completely fucked my UI. So that's lovely. Did I get quest credit? Wow, it, like, really fucked my UI. It untracked all my quests. Honor the Dead. Is that... Okay, I got credit for it. Here, I'll spend talents now, because... Just do that, and then I'll keep the timer running while I spend these talents. We'll pretend that this is while the roleplay was going on. Yeah, I crashed and I didn't log out to save the settings. Yeah, unfortunately. What do I want at this level? I guess it doesn't particularly matter. Now, is it something with the yak that causes a crash? It crashed when I tried to, like, vendor all, so I'm assuming that's something to do with it. And I bought these BOEs a really long time ago, so I don't remember what level I can use all of them. It looks like one of them is usable now. And the other two are usable at 18. Okay, I think this would have been enough time to wait out the roleplay, so... Let me see if I missed anything. You can upgrade other armor, so that means getting all the items in a tier is going to be super easy when joining high item level groups. Yeah, definitely. Your brother can play WoW, he hates spiders. Yeah. Personally, I mean, I also hate spiders, I'll be honest. But they don't, like, scare me, I hate them, right? Like, I have a ton of spiders in my house, it's really annoying. And I've gone on, like, a spider killing spree lately to just eradicate them. But, like, I'm not scared of the spiders. It's just, you know... I don't like them. They have too many fucking legs. They have too many fucking eyes. They have too many fucking everything. They don't deserve to live. So, I just kill them all. So if anything, I'd rather turn the arachnophobia filter off so that I can take joy in murdering the spiders. Let's see. And imagine you can still upgrade Season 4 Dragonfly gear on the pre-patch? I would imagine, yeah. I don't see why that wouldn't work. There's a chance, of course, that it breaks and that during, like, the early days of the pre-patch, it doesn't let you upgrade. That has been known to happen before. But if that does happen, it's most likely just a bug. And they'll roll it back. Now that you reported it, they'll fix it. Damn, Blizzard is so good at fixing bugs. Yeah, I know, right? There's no chance that that actually gets fixed, but I'm at least submitting a bug report because I am probably the only person that's actually going to encounter that. So, who knows? Maybe it'll get changed, but I doubt it. Do you know if there's any reason why everyone is Alliance now? Because almost all the groups are Alliance and Horde has the 15% war mode bonus. Alliance has much better racials. Most people played Horde before just because most guilds were Horde. But these days, Alliance just has stronger racials. I've even moved a lot of my characters over to Alliance. It's just that much better. Alright. Jumping spiders look so cute. That's debatable. Yeah. Let's see. Neo said, didn't know you were streaming on Twitch as well? Yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch for a while now. I've been trying to bring it up during YouTube streams so that people know that I stream here more often. But the issue that I've run into with YouTube streams, I've talked about this before, is if it's something that can't turn into like a good YouTube video, I can't really stream it on YouTube. Because the streams will automatically turn into videos after the fact. So it has to be something that works both as a streaming thing and as a video thing. And a lot of topics wouldn't work. Obviously, this is something that I would normally do on YouTube if it wasn't, well, almost 2 in the morning now. The reason I'm streaming this on Twitch is because I had a raid last night, which I've started streaming my raids. So I streamed my Kata raid earlier tonight, and then we checked, and the beta was no longer bugged. So I figured I'd do a test run, because this is the only way that I'm going to be able to do a test before the pre-patch actually launches. Also, the reason I'm doing these rares is because I'm going to hit level 20 at some point in Gilneas, and then I'm going to go turn on War Mode, and then while I'm in War Mode, all of the rares will be respawned. So I'm just killing all of these here. Normally, I wouldn't go out of my way to do all these, but considering with flying, it's really easy to reach them, and they give really good XP, I may as well. What's the best 70 to 80 leveling route? I mean, like, you know, I've done one test run, right? Obviously, on launch, you're going to have to do the entire campaign, so, you know, there's not much... There isn't really a lot to optimize there. Did I check every chest location? Surprised there's no chest. Oh well. I haven't run into Lost Son of Aragorn at all. But... I mean, there's a good chance I just won't stumble across him. Let's grab Corpse Feeder. Yo. I will, at the very least, fly along Lost Son of Aragorn's patrol route on my way back to the quest turn-in, because that's not too difficult to do. There's also a few chest locations up here. Yep, bingo, chest. Nice. And if he's not down here somewhere... Aha! There we go. Obviously, since this is the beta, he's definitely up. It's just a question of where on his patrol route he is. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that at a glance can look like Lost Son of Aragorn. That's one of the other reasons that he's a difficult rare to just spot at a glance. Because there's just a bunch of random bears and wolves and stuff that if you're not looking super closely, it'll look like Lost Son of Aragorn. He's a very generic rare mob. And because he patrols right around all of those other enemies, it's really hard to tell. You live in a state with brown recluses, so anything brown or black is dead. Yuck, 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 yuck. Brown recluse. Yeah, I've heard of those. Yeah, they live in North America. Based on what I'm reading here, there aren't any brown recluses anywhere in New Jersey. But there are still some nasty-ass spiders in this area. Thankfully, none that are, like, super spooky, like, lethal spiders, from what I know. But, I mean, any spider is a bad spider. Not a fan. PTR is up, so maybe stream tomorrow while live is down? Yeah. Probably. It's definitely safe to say that I'm not doing a YouTube stream tomorrow because I want to save... Like, the next YouTube stream is going to be the planned Shaman run. And I'll do that, like, whenever things are working on live servers. Actually, maybe I could just do it on beta at this point, but I'd rather check to make sure that beta is actually correct. Jesus Christ, why can't I get threatened on these organs? Alright, it's fine, but... Some weird Planet of the Apes alternate universe, probably, yeah. Could you kill all the rares, TP to Dalaran, and go to Eastern Plaguelands, kill all the rares in both Eastern and Western, and then Volpera camp to activate War Mode? Possibly. I don't know if that would be worth it. Like, it's hard to say if killing the rares is even worth the time. Like, just hunting rares. I think at a certain point, obviously, it's only worth doing in a situation like this where I know for a fact that that they're going to be up, right? So in this case, I obviously know that every single rare will be up because we're on the beta. So that means that there is a consideration. It's definitely never worth doing on live servers. And it used to not be worth doing because of travel time. Dragon riding kind of alleviates that a little bit. As for whether or not it's worth just hunting rares, I think it would have to be like really good rare mob like spawn density. And I mean, there's a lot in Hillsbrad. Maybe I'll go and try it after I hit level 20 here. Just go ahead and check them out. Because there is a really good chunk of rare mobs in Hillsbrad Foothills. And Silverpine there's obviously a bunch. There's also, of course, chest spawns, which is basically like worth roughly 2 rare mobs, I think. So that's really good. Want an Excel to check how much XP each rare gives compared to quests? If you want, yeah. I mean, realistically speaking, I believe it's just each rare is worth roughly 1 quest, right? Give or take. Yeah, that's level 20. So I'm going to turn on war mode before I do any other quests. But yeah, let's try that. Let's go kill stuff in Hillsbrad. Because especially if I have flying and we can just head over there insanely quickly, then there's like insanely good rare density in Hillsbrad, and each rare we kill is roughly 1 quest. Because that was, what, 2,900 experience. So we can just compare that. You're currently doing Insane in the Membrane, you're almost done with Ravenholtz, then you just gotta kill mobs in Stenaris. Nice. Yeah, I'd imagine Insane in the Membrane is like a really, really, really difficult thing to do. I wasn't paying attention to how much XP that gave, I was reading chat, so we'll check on the next rare, which would be Scargill. That is 1,800. So it's like about 60 to 70%-ish of a quest, if my napkin math is correct. Tell me if I'm like way off there. Bloodsail Admiral has been your go-to title since you got in 2010. It is a pretty good title, yeah. I'm not going to do the one in the mine, because that would take way too much time to go and reach. But if we view each of this as like 70% of a quest, for the amount of time that it takes to travel between them, it's really not bad. Shit. I can also grab a few more talent points after this. Go get that. We'll grab Berserk. And let me just put Ravage on my bars there. Right, now I finally have Dynamic Flight. Cool. So in this case, I'm actually going to put my switch button where my mount normally is. And we'll just use Flight Form from here on out. The animations for this are kind of janky, but... Leveling in Remix in the pre-patch is going to be even faster? Yeah, for sure. Fiddlebacks are not deadly, they just suck to be bit by, causes nasty necrosis. Ooh, yeah. Alright. Let's get the Naga lady. Oh, hey, Beard. Bearded Gamer said, how's the beta so far? Any better? You watched the first hour of my video, but realized I was alive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a live stream that, you know, obviously wasn't able to do the thing that I originally intended to do, unfortunately. Yeah, the beta is a little bit better now. It's still kind of buggy. Man, I'm almost dying there. These mobs do hit pretty hard. Shit. Yeah, I need to get the muscle memory down for this whole thing. There's a chest over there. Perfect. And Robark is right here. Let me try to kill off one gnoll really quick. That way I can try and get the quest. The quest does not want to pop. There we go. And we'll head over there. Shocker from Blizz there. Also, you got out of the hospital, so you might feel up for playing again soon. Nice. I hope you weren't in the hospital because of anything, like, really bad, but I do remember you said something about, like, medical issues, so... I hope none of that has gotten, like, particularly worse. That would suck. The only reason I'm really checking for this rare is because there are chests that can spawn in Dungrok pretty consistently. So if we can get a chest and a rare, that would be pretty good. Not seeing any over there. The Tamra is always up. And... no chest there. I'll do a quick, like, eyeball sweep with my camera to see if there's any chests in some of the obvious spots. No, I'm not seeing anything. It doesn't always spawn here. I think there's a chance, actually, that the one that I got over by the Knolls is a shared spawn with the Dungarok one. So... it's not really worth going out of my way for. While I'm around here, I can also head into Arathi Highlands and grab these rares. I used to even include these ones in my route, and then I took them out because I figured it wasn't worth it. Because flying over the wall just wasn't worth the time, but it's so fast that, like, you may as well. We got Singer in this area. And that rare. There's also a chest, nice. Just grab all these guys. Nothing terrible, stuff is mainly the same. Came down with another bad pneumonia, so they're worried that your breathing got really bad for a bit. Nice. Well, nice that you kicked it, not nice that you had pneumonia. I've had pneumonia in the past, and it fucking sucks, so I can absolutely relate to it not being fun. Alright, then we got the spider rare over here. Do you think that the vigor mechanic on dynamic flight should be removed? I think the way the vigor mechanic works is a little bit clunky. I don't know exactly how they fix it. There's like, Guild Wars 2 has some nice ways of doing it. Though, I do think that you need something. Because if you could just infinitely mash flap and just get an insane amount of speed without any penalty, then that would just be really broken. So, that I don't think they should do. Check some of the obvious chest spots. Okay, doesn't seem like any of these chests are up. Once found a chest while running my route on Area 52, and you should have bought a lottery ticket with that RNG, yeah. It's definitely tough finding chests on populated servers. Like, this is not going to be a normal amount of chest spawns, but, you know, we're just testing to see. Like, is it even possible to consistently level like this? I already got all the ones by the water, so it's just Chordix and the other ones by the hills that we need to get. Oh, shit. Each vigor costs you 20 gold. Man, speedruns have become really expensive then, huh? Yeah, the controls with Lightform feel really, like, really awkward. It might just be because of the model. Like, I'm just not used to actually, like, piloting it, but it feels a lot more funky than regular dragon riding. Holy fuck, you just realized the flight forms are changed too? Yeah. I remember they initially said they weren't sure if they would get it ready for launch, but it does appear that it is working, so that's actually pretty cool. Gravis Slipknot should be somewhere around here. And, yep, there he is. I'll check the usual areas for chests. I'm gonna try to LOS this mage. There's a bunch of chest spawn locations around here that are easy to find, so I'm gonna check those before I, like, go inside any of the houses. In fact, I'm actually just not gonna go in any of the houses. Yeah. It's like, there may be a chest on, like, the top floor of one of those houses near Gravis Slipknot, but it's just not worth the trouble. Because if I waste, like, 30 seconds looking for it and it's not there, then that just sucks. Of course, if it is there, that also kind of sucks, because then I'm missing out on a chest, but eh. There we go. There's a chest. And since we got this one, none of the other ones in the ogre area will be active. So I can just head over to this rare and get Scowl. Then what else? You wonder if they'll do something with ground mounts at some point. That would be cool. Because Guild Wars 2 has the Raptor. And the Raptor and the Bunny and stuff, Roller Beetle, another great example, those ones are really, really, really fun to play. They just feel amazing. Oh, shit. There are potential chest spawns around this area. Again, some of them are in awkward positions, so if it's not... Yep, like that, right out in the open. Perfect. Describe it? Oh yeah, for people who haven't played Guild Wars 2, so they have, like, the mount movement is kind of dynamic, whereas, like, the Raptor will run fast, but then if you press spacebar, you know, the equivalent of flap upwards on a dragon, your Raptor will leap forwards, so you could jump across canyons and stuff with the Raptor, and then it'll move really fast. And the Springer is a gigantic bunny, and when you use your spacebar on the Springer, it'll leap really high into the air. So there's, like, a lot of jumping puzzles that are built around the Springer, and you have to, like, jump up onto little cliffs and stuff to get around it. And Okay, there's no chest there, but there's some other spawn locations. What else? Well, the roller beetle, my favorite, is just like you move around at like Mach 10 speed. The roller beetle just has, there we go, that's a chest, insane like movement speed. And when you try to like turn on the roller beetle, you like drift. Roller beetle is basically just like fucking zoom zoom race car. It's really fun. There's a lot of really cool mounts in Guild Wars 2. That mount system is amazing. Okay, I think this is the last rare mob. I'm pretty sure I've gotten all the other ones. And I don't remember all of the other rares in like Western Plaguelands enough to go hunting for it, so I'm gonna just go ahead and dollar on Hearth at this point. And we'll go turn on War Mode, and then regular Hearth back to Silver Pine Forest. And then just continue as normal. Wonder if it would be possible to do a rares-only speedrun. Possibly, yeah. Remember, you're not as tanky now as well. Kind of. I mean, obviously, while the tank nerfs do hurt a little bit for leveling, it's not going to have a major impact on that stuff. It'll definitely make you feel a little bit weaker, but it's not going to be anything super significant. I mean, I normally take Malorn Swiftness. I guess I can still roll with Malorn Swiftness. I probably should have taken Gore first. It's a little bit better. And it's like Nurturing Instinct for Moonfire stuff. We got that. Now we Hearth back to the Sepulchre. You got Time Lost Protodric 2 days ago. You were so excited. Nice. I think Chori, you were the one who got me Time Lost Proto-Drake, right? I'm pretty sure it was you who, like, messaged me on Discord at one point that you found it and you just invited me and we got the kill. I want to say that was you. Okay, good. My memory was correct. Alright. I'm gonna time out the child who just randomly decided to type the word penis into chat. Like, I don't really care, but it's just weird. Timing you out because it's like, no, think about your actions. Don't join a streamer's chat and have your first thing in chat be just the word penis. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Why would you do that? No. Oh, God. And now that we're on war mode, I'm going to go check for chests and rares over here again. Okay, no chests in this area. Krethus is definitely up. Where is he, though? Figure I'd check this chest spawn while I'm here, because it's just inside the mine. Am I blind? Where's Krethus the Shadow Spinner? I mean, if I just somehow can't find him... Somewhere shadow spinning. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, there's no way that somebody else came through here. Unless... I mean, I am on war mode, right? Is there only one phase now? Okay, every single one of these rares is dead. Huh. Ravenclaw Regent is up? I mean, I highly doubt that somebody else on beta is doing leveling testing. So... either war mode is a singular phase now with regular Chromie time, Or with, like, non-war mode? Or somebody came through here on war mode and decided to kill all of the rares for fun? They're all dead, though. If that's the case, I mean, then technically I just lost it. Probably like 10 minutes. This rare is up. That's really weird. Maybe it was the PP dude? Yeah. Maybe. That is very odd. I mean, I would be very surprised if somebody randomly decided to go on war mode, murder all of my rare spawns for shits and giggles, or whatever. That would be a very silly way to screw me over, especially during a test run like this. So I'm inclined to think that there is just something weird with the phasing. Yeah, because those guys are dead. Huh. Yeah. I mean, the simplest answer is usually the best. I highly doubt somebody did that. I'm pretty sure that the phases are shared now. That would make the most sense, right? I definitely have war mode on. Like, that's definitely a thing. And yet, there is only one version of Chromie time, as far as I can tell. Well, that's really interesting. But how would that work? Would that mean that war mode and non-war mode players are in the same phase? And it's just that you could only attack people with war mode flagged? That is so strange. Like, that... I'm struggling to think through the implications of that change. It could just... Yeah, it could be a Chromie time thing. Yeah, if you're able to test it, like, just play around with different states and confirm or deny that it works like that. But I can't think of any other way that it would be like that. Also, look, they've just removed all of the gates from Gilneas. Because remember, the last time that I did any real test run, Gilneas was broken and we had to find, like, the workarounds. Where you just had the piece of wood that let you access the telescope. That was great. Is the piece of wood still there? Aw, they removed the board of wood. Tragic. Oh, I have to watch this cutscene. Think that would be kick-ass. Give it a dash, a double jump or something. Yeah. I mean, that's basically how the, Guild Wars 2 mounts worked. So I definitely think that could work really well. You just want Flight for the Coalfist Grondling? Is that too much to ask? Yeah, I feel like that would look kind of janky, but it could be pretty cool. Go. And let's try to find some packs of dogs to kill for this. There's some dogs over there. These... You think insta-cast time or something because there isn't a reason to ever use a ground mount? Yeah, I think that would kind of be a challenge because Guild Wars 2 was designed from the ground up with, like, balancing out the different mounts. Like, for instance, the ground mount in Guild Wars 2 that I described, the roller beetle, is pretty much the fastest way to travel. Even though you're moving on the ground, that thing goes so ludicrously fast that it's actually faster than the flying mount. It can be really difficult to control, and obviously if you're on the flying mount, then you don't need to deal with any obstructions, so on certain maps that have, like, weird layouts, it'll just be faster to fly. But that is one major advantage to the roller beetle. Alright, finish that quest. Now we zoom. Oh, have to wait for this guy. Pick up this quest, and now we get the Agatha roleplay. Good chance to spend any remaining talent points. I want Innate Resolve and Nurturing Instincts. Oh, something's weird with my scroll wheel. I think that should have fixed it. Yeah, there we go. Silver Dragon could help you with that, adding a tiny skull in the map that's not as intrusive as the ones from Rare Scanner. Yeah. It definitely could, for sure. Usually I haven't bothered with it, just because I have all of the relevant rares memorized. If we did include Western and Eastern Plaguelands, I would obviously memorize their locations, so I wouldn't need to rely on it. But yeah, definitely. Mythic Plus is going to be a real challenge for you. Might not be able to reach 3k in Season 1. Why is that? Is there anything in particular that you think will make it more challenging? PP Dude is one young individual who needs to learn there's consequences to their action and is in timeout right now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't necessarily care if somebody, like, drops that word in context. Like, it's not a offensive word or anything. But just saying that with no context is just weird. Sounds like the laziest way to fix that issue, yeah. Did I get something to eat? Nothing major. I mean, I did eat just before my Kata raid, so I ate like 6 hours ago. And then I grabbed a granola bar before starting the stream. It's gonna be harder when pugging? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that much makes sense to me. I could see that. But, I mean, it's always a little bit annoying having to pug Mythic Plus. Oh, I never equipped my level 18 stuff. Oops. Alright, that should definitely help me out.
What are we, if not slaves to this torment?
And all of the next set of BOEs I get are at level 30, and then level 45.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Clear out my bags while I wait for the roleplay. What is this? Oh, no sell price. Alright, move all that stuff over, and I also need to remember at level 32 I can apply this stuff to my gear. Alright, with the 15-second death penalty affix, oh yeah, true. Forgot about that. I mean, realistically speaking, I think the vast majority of Mythic Plus keys it either goes really smooth and you barely die at all, or it's an absolute shit show, and odds are you were going to fail it anyway.
I have no time for games.
Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe a lot of people were out here, like, consistently timing their keys with, like, 1 billion deaths. In which case, yikes, that does not sound fun, but I think, if anything, this will just mean that you can't brute force it quite as much, which from a design perspective, I think is overall a positive. I'm going to go ahead and assume that chests are down and rares are down from here on out. Unless I happen to stumble upon a rare, most likely it is the case that something with phasing got messed up. And I'm still in the same phase that I was before, which is really weird. I still don't know how that happens. Yeah, for the most part, if people die in Mythic Plus, it's either like every single pull or never, and it's a super clean run. That is generally my experience with it. Now, admittedly, I have definitely timed a few keys where there's like 1 billion deaths and there's like a few people that die every single pull, and we're basically 3-manning the dungeon. And effectively, 1 or 2 people are just an extra affix, and they're just losing us time, and we still scrape by. That will be even more difficult to do now, but I don't think that is super common, at least for me. Metro said, you're gonna +2 a 12, but never upgrade a 14. I could see that, yeah. I'll be honest and say that I haven't really thoroughly tested Mythic Plus on the beta. Really, at this point, I've just accepted the fact that it's not something I'm personally super interested in. But I could definitely see it being a little bit harder. I think overall, the Mythic Plus changes are positive, though. The initial set of, like, affix changes that they announced a while ago, I thought looked really bad, and my response to that was they need to just normalize affixes and stop this, like, RNG bullshit week to week, because it just makes it miserable to try and push keys. And that's exactly what the new changes to Mythic Plus do. Makes it a lot more reasonable to do keys week to week, which I think is good. There's going to be some growing pains, I think, as people get used to it, but overall, I think the changes to Mythic Plus will make the system better as a whole than it was before. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if people who are, like, super into Mythic Plus right now will dislike it, because, you know, they clearly like the current system if they're playing it. But speaking as somebody who does not really enjoy the current state of Mythic Plus and Dragonflight, and I generally like difficult dungeon content. I loved challenge modes back in the day. So it's not just that I hate hard dungeon content, I just hate the way that Mythic Plus is currently set up. And to me, the changes look really good. And that is not an unpopular opinion, because pretty much all of my friends that are similar to me, as in, like, they don't really enjoy pushing high keys right now, they're all really excited about the Mythic Plus changes, so I think it's good overall. Hello, BB Easy. Good to see you. You're a Blood DK? Yeah. I mean, Blood DK is in a pretty good spot at the moment, even after those nerfs. Those nerfs do suck a little bit, but Blood DK is still kind of crushing it. Damn. Well, it's unfortunate that the rares are all down, because I effectively, by running around and killing those rares, I just threw 20 minutes or close to it in the trash can. Because now none of those rares are going to be up again. So instead of just killing all the rares when I normally would have reached them in the route, I just wasted a bunch of time hunting them down on their own. So that kind of sucks, I'll be honest. But now we know, because I definitely did not expect that the way that War Mode interacts with Chromie time would change at all. It might just be that Chromie time is now a universal phase, war mode or not. And maybe outside of Chromie time, war mode is split. But again, I really don't know how that would work if, like, you encountered another person who had war mode turned on within Chromie time. It's just very strange. That doesn't make sense to me at all. I'll have to do a bit more testing of that later on, just to see exactly how it works. Like, maybe this is just a fluke. This could also just be a specific thing on the beta. And for some reason, the beta behaves differently than, regular servers. I have no idea. That is unfortunate. M Plus felt timeable with quite a few deaths up to 13, but beyond that, runs just get too tight for you. Yeah, for sure. Right, kill inconspicuous bears. And I was gonna say maybe we'll find Lost Son of Aragol, but at this stage, since we did kill him before, I don't think there's any chance that he can show up. Unfortunately. What new talents can I get? Vulnerable Flesh. We'll get, I kind of want Wild Charge. Just for quality of life stuff. It sucked not having that. Let's see, where is Wild Charge? There we go. Alright, and I'll try to round up multiple bears. This should be a good spot. You feel like you need to read up on the mythic changes? For the M plus stuff, it's, yeah, there's like a blue post somewhere that breaks it all down. It's some pretty cool changes, yeah. What mouse and keyboard am I using? I have, like, a new mouse that is slightly better. I don't remember exactly what the name of it is. It's not, like, a generic $10 mouse anymore, because the generic $10 mouse that I kept using, it just started breaking way too often. And I ran into a lot of problems with it, so it reached a point where, well, I normally don't like to spend a lot on fancy mouses, or mice, I guess, and keyboards. That one was just too shitty. So, I got one that's slightly better. I'm still not a huge fan of this one. I'm gonna get probably something different when I get another mouse. But I am still using a generic $10 Amazon Basics keyboard. It's like one of the cheapest things that I could find. So, that is very simple. Well, as many things as I can. I don't want to go too far or stuff might start to leash. Alright, I need 2 more mobs. Ah, shit. These mobs are annoying. There we go. Alright, this quest I can basically autopilot, just spam swipe and we're good to go. You think you're gonna main Evoker? Yeah, Evoker's looking solid. Well, I mean, Og at the very least will always be viable. Unless they nerf it or change it, which Og needs to be deleted. Honestly. I'll die on that hill. But until they delete it, it'll be basically required. On Mythic Plus changes, there's talk about how current Dragonflight meta is so focused on survivability as opposed to damage output to beat the timer. You're not really on either side of the fence, but you're sure tank mains have more of an opinion. Well, a lot of the stuff that kills you in dungeons isn't necessarily stuff that kills the tank. At least in my experience. Now, I haven't pushed a ton of high keys lately. Obviously, you need tanks that are really, really, really tanky, like Vengeance Demon Hunter right now, to survive the wall-to-wall pulls. But whenever I'm doing high-ish keys, like plus 20s, well, obviously not right now plus 20s, but the equivalent of, like, right now, like, plus 10s to plus 12s in the current Mythic Plus state. In my experience, I don't necessarily have trouble surviving unless it's, like, very specific tyrannical bosses, which just have overtuned mechanics that kill tanks. Which, like, Mythic Plus has always had that. Usually it's just that certain pulls will deal insane, unavoidable damage to DPS players, and they'll just start falling over. And, yeah, obviously survivability is a big issue a lot of times. So, it's not really fun, though. I agree with that.
I've no time for games.
That's kind of why I liked challenge modes, because challenge modes like survivability was still a concern, but because challenge modes had a fixed difficulty, as long as you were able to survive the mechanics, like, at a basic level, or not a basic level, that's the wrong word. As long as you knew you could survive the challenge mode mechanics. Like, you knew how hard they hit for, you knew when to press defensives, your healers knew the damage patterns, then you were ready for that. And then it was just all about, okay, how do we optimize damage? And pushing challenge modes was primarily about just getting better pulls, and then if you did a bigger pull, then you did need to figure out how to survive it, but then also, like, setting up CC chains to do those larger pulls without having to worry about survivability, and how do you, like, nuke a gigantic pull of, like, 20 mobs at once? A lot of times you would run, like, Enhancement Shaman and do crazy Fire Nova stuff. So that was the fun of doing challenge modes. Whereas, like, now in Mythic Plus, at a certain point, things will just start one-shotting you, and that is the entire difficulty of it. And yeah, that has never been something that I've really enjoyed. Basically, I stopped running Mythic Plus back in Legion when Pride As became a mandatory thing for every single spec to wear. I distinctly remember the time when I was pushing keys. I think I did up to like 23, 24 in Legion. And around that point, the group that I was running with said that everybody would need to get Pride As, and that I would probably also need to run Pride As a tank in certain dungeons, and I just said, nope, I'm done. They also told me that I would need to play Blood DK if I wanted to push further, which, like, that much admittedly is not new. Obviously, certain classes are going to be better for certain things, and Blood DK was really broken. And I'm just like, no, I like doing Mythic Plus on the tank that I play for raids. I'm not going to completely swap specs just to push Mythic Plus keys. That is not fun for me. But the whole thing about, like, having to wear Pride As to even survive the high damage, I always thought that was super lame, and I never wanted to bother with that. And that's kind of how Mythic Plus has been for a while at a certain point. And it makes sense, right? Like, it's just logical. Eventually, things will just kill you. There's not a whole lot that you can do to avoid that. Also, I don't really know where Lord Godfrey went. But this is kind of awkward. Because my NPCs just did not spawn. And now I'm having to solo General Marstone. Now I'm doing a pretty good job soloing this, all things considered. Goes to show just how broken Guardian Druid still is, right? Like, earlier somebody was like, oh, well, the tank nerfs are going to hit you hard, but keep in mind that 99% of specs in this game would not be able to survive that pull like I just did with Outlord Godfrey. Guardian Druid is still ridiculous for leveling. Their kit is just really good for this. Razor Death Adder is awesome if you don't like fancy. Well, that name does sound really fancy. I don't know. I mean, the main thing for me is I'm just not a big, like, equipment person for, like, mouse and keyboard and stuff. Like, I'd rather just not spend a ton of money on something if I don't really need it. Yeah, I could probably skip the Lorna Crowley quest. There's enough good options that I can avoid it. What did I miss?
I am forsaken.
Let's see. You hope the overall DK changes bless us with fun gameplay? So far, it looks good, yeah. If you had Blood DK, or if you had fun with Blood DK in Season 4, it's going to be more fun in Season 1. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really a big fan of the current state of Blood DK in Dragonflight, and I mained it for Amir Drasil. But the stuff in War Within looks really good. Bearded and Cool Man have 12 side buttons on your mouse. Nice. Yeah, I used to have a mouse like that when I was a kid. I didn't want to build muscle memory of having the extra mouse buttons and then having to, like, get used to not having them. So, at this point, my muscle memory is set. I have a shit ton of keys. I would just get confused if I used the mouse buttons. You stopped playing your Evoker when Og came out? Yeah. Yep. Og kind of sucks. You feel like that's so punishing for DPS because there's going to be certain classes or specs that just can't even do high M+? Yep. Yeah, what Cadis said. Prides Zavarix Magnum Opus. I forgot that was even the full name. At this point, all I remember is Prides. Because that's what everybody called it. But yeah, it gave you, like, a really big absorb shield every 30 seconds. So that absorb shield allowed a lot of specs to survive in high-level Mythic Plus keys back in Legion. And without it, you just couldn't do the content. Yeah, let me make sure I don't fuck up the bear stuff. And there we go. Now, it is interesting that I kind of finished Silverpine around the same time that I normally would, because keep in mind, I'm level 27, or level 29 right now, but I did spend a lot of time running around killing rare mobs, so I probably would have finished Silverpine around level 25-ish if I hadn't spent all that time killing rares, and that is roughly where we finished Silverpine in the current route. So the XP reduction at those higher levels, or at those lower levels, I mean, is not super impactful. It's going to feel mostly the same as before. The changes should feel a little bit more impactful towards the end of the route. And then 60 to 70 seems like it requires very little XP, so that should feel pretty fast. We'll have to see, though. Right. Full Infested Bear. Okay, I just need these two. Turning in all of those quests caused me to level up and blow up that random Hillsbred Sentry. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Yeah, that rare is still down. In Shadowlands, Hunters and Locks did insane damage and made 20s feel like a joke. Yeah, pretty much. I will say, though, Og is kind of a different beast. Og is just, it's very different. Well, obviously, we have had times in many expansions where one spec is, like, notably better than another. Og is just way more mandatory than any spec has ever been in Mythic Plus. Primarily because not only does the damage that it contributes, it's like really high, right? But on top of that, Og contributes a shit ton of survivability, which just allows you to take on higher keys. That would not be possible otherwise. Don't forget to equip my gear. Thank you. Good reminder. Yeah, so at this level, I can get this stuff. And then in 2 levels, I can enchant my heirlooms. And then also at this level, I get Ghost Elixir, which is better. I don't have Bear Tartar just yet. And I have War Scrolls at this stage. I also have Potion of the Tolvir. Yeah, the stuff at 32, hopefully I'll remember when we get there. I'm also killing these mobs too fast. The spider's not getting a chance to eat it all. Okay, it is nice that even in dynamic flight form, I can still interact with stuff while flying. It does force me to land. So if I didn't have to already kill these Murlocs, it would be better for me to switch flight styles before doing this quest. Okay, that should get the spider to eat that. There we go. Yeah, I'm killing it a little bit too fast still. But I can do something like this. Go into flight form. Loot this stuff. This should be all the supplies, because there's one more right around here. Just go over this section. Okay, that's one Murloc down. The spider will eat that. And then should be free now. Okay. Eat that one. And then whenever it starts moving again, perfect. Normally I would go... Oh, am I stuck in combat? I'm just going to try to run here. Yep. Normally I would go down the shore to turn in the rest of those quests. Or, not to turn the quest, to kill the rest of those rares. But we already know that they're dead because the phasing thing. Is it easy to swap the flying options? There's like a 5-second cast to do it. It's this button right here, switch flight style. So, easy in terms of like difficulty? No, it's not hard. You just press a button, right? Easy in terms of time loss? Kinda. Having to do a 5-second cast just for that, and technically 10 seconds, because if I ever want to switch flight styles, I'm going to want to switch back immediately after. So, yeah, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, at least this rare will be up, because I didn't kill this one before. Wait a second, this rare is dead. I never killed this one before. Okay, I think I'm being gaslit. I think somebody actually did come through and kill every single rare mob on war mode. I don't know if it's somebody deliberately trying to snipe me, but I know for a fact I did not kill this rare mob. And all of the other rares I checked before, they were up on Chromie time, not in war mode. I mean, of all the ways to stream snipe, this would be a very weird way to stream snipe. So I just like, I can't imagine that somebody thought to themselves, I know what I'll do. I'll stream snipe Haraldin by pre-killing every single rare mob in Silverpine and Hillsbrad on war mode before he gets there, so that I'll gaslight him into thinking that they're on shared phases. Like, that is such... If somebody deliberately went through the process of doing that, I can't even be mad. That's like the most 5,000 IQ stream snipe idea I've ever heard of. It's so out there that I doubt that anybody actually did that. But if they did, like, genuinely, I'm impressed. But at the same time, I know for a fact that I did not kill that rare mob. So why the fuck is it not up? And the other reason why I think it may actually not be impossible is out of all of the rares that I did kill, the one that was back up is that one Ambermill mob. It was actually the two rare mobs in Silverpine that were recently added in the patch that like brought back all those special rare mobs. So the Ravenclaw Regent, which normally wasn't up, and that Ambermill guy in the little hut. So it's those brand new rares that were up a second time, which most people don't know about. So, I mean, it's possible. It is definitely possible. But at the same time, what a weird way to stream snipe, if that is a thing. I mean, I do think that most likely it is just some very weird phasing issue, but it is such a strange and inconsistent phasing issue that I don't know. And we're on the beta, right? I am fairly confident that I am the only person leveling a character from 10 to 70 on the War Within beta at 3 in the morning. You know, probably not a large group of people that do stuff like this. Is the Fox Rare up? Well, we can check when we get there. I'm not gonna like go out of my way to head there now. It won't be super long before we reach it, so we'll be able to see at that point. Assuming you mean Lopex. Yep. Alright, I can use my enchants. Also, hello, Nizal. The one in the hollow tree? Yeah. I'll check when I pass by there, of course, but I'm not sure right now. Yeah, it could just be a spaghetti code thing. Who knows? I do think it would be very weird if that is, like, a stream snipe thing. Of course, the problem with me describing a stream snipe attempt like that is now I've planted that idea. So now there's probably going to be someone out there who will think to themselves, I'm going to find, like, an extremely elaborate way to stream snipe Haraldin. Which, you know, who knows? I think this still triggers the roleplay, right? Yeah. We're good. Good chance to take talents. see. Does Den Mother affect me? Probably not, so I'll just take Charging Bash. We'll take Skull Bash at this stage. And I kind of want Astral Influence. Huh. They changed the Druid talent tree. I guess we're taking Renewal, because it's mandatory. And then Vulnerable Flesh. Shit. I took too long. There we go. We'll check Dark Prowler while we're here. Nope, down. I guess I'll just take Tooth and Claw. Galactic Guardian is down at the bottom of the tree. That's still one of the most unfortunate things about the bear changes. You get Galactic Guardian so late now. I mean, it's still good without it, but it's one of the reasons why I think Windwalker might be stronger these days. Especially, like, Windwalker got some amazing stuff in their new rework. I actually think that if I try to get, like, a really fast run in War Within 10 to 70, I'll probably use Windwalker from now on instead of Druid. Technically speaking, the same thing happened in Dragonflight. Windwalker got some good changes early on. Bear got shafted at the start of Dragonflight. And then after the Guardian Druid revamp in 10.1, I finally started using them again for speedruns. But given how insane the Windwalker revamp is, and the fact that Guardian is, like, it's not bad, but it's still kind of languishing behind other tanks and stuff. Oh, this is the same one I just empowered, right?
I am out of range.
Oh, you meant just in general? Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff I can't do during speedruns. Yep. I missed a few messages before. You're not a fan of when things aren't designed around one-shotting you, but scale to that point? Yeah, I completely agree. Most of Razer's products are actually pretty cheap. Oh, are they? Yeah, I'm not too familiar with, like, pricing and stuff, but who knows? The next time I get a mouse, I could take a look. You could have the mouse buttons bound to fun stuff like fireworks. Possibly, yeah. That could work. Alright, now I should start doing the Angry Blight Slime stuff. No, I fucked up. We'll head over here. I want to put Moonfire on each one of these, and then drain them. And then the Moonfire should kill them. There we go. Put Moonfire, and then... Can I sneak in the loot? Yeah! Then we drain you. Then Chet the Slime Breeder. I still need 3 more canisters. Oh my god. Let's see. For DK, you love the dichotomy of how fast Death's Advance makes you feel like you're going versus the almost unnoticeable speed boost that it actually is. Yeah. Well, I think Death's Advance is less of a speed boost ability, more than like a knockback negation ability. At the very least, in like mythic raids and stuff, 99% of the time, the reason that Death's Advance ends up being good is because it allows you to cheese some knockback ability. Think like Razageth and stuff. So it is a very powerful movement ability, but not for the reasons that a movement ability usually is powerful. Okay, I have all of the canisters that I need. Also, the sound of DA's activation versus the in-game feel. Ah. Yeah, that's a fair point. Let's do that. You want them to take credit for the big brain plays, yeah. That would be pretty cool. Somebody came out and was like, ha ha ha, it was me all along. I sabotaged the rare mobs. Evil mustache twirl. Something like that. That would be pretty sick. Okay, we have Orcus over here. Yep. Copy over a Chromie time enabled alliance to gank you. Note you won't do that. You're working right now. Okay. Yeah, just hypothetically, if you did want to gank me, yes, theoretically that could work. Please don't do that. Well, it's 3 in the morning. I'd rather not have to deal with that. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I mean, somebody could do that if they were so inclined, and it would be relatively annoying. Alright, let's get as many shore hunters as possible. Because the shore hunters I can kind of round up. The dagger spine sirens are a little bit more annoying. Shit, I forgot to move my skull bash. God, this quest sucks. Let's check the crocodile. Okay, that one is down, and I almost never go for that one. I already did the enchants. One step ahead of you, but thank you. Or maybe you said that, like, a few minutes ago before I put the enchants, and I only just read that. It is possible. You didn't see me put it on? Yeah, I did it basically the moment I hit level 32. This is one of the few cases where I remembered very early. Though it was fresh in my memory. Okay, I only need one more mob. And there we go. Oh yeah, all the misses that these mobs cause. It's really annoying. think I'm fine, but this is definitely a little bit spooky. Okay, we're good, we're good. This is actually... I'm gonna do regular flying for this. Because this will make things a lot easier, not having to deal with all these nulls now that I've finished the quest. You got distracted by me doing the talents? Ah, fair enough. I don't blame you. Yeah, so Druid still can save a little bit of time in situations like this. And then I'll land, switch back. And then we have to kill a handful more Worgen. Let's get both of these packs. I just put Moonfire on everything. Should be enough. Yep. There we go. And then down to the shore. Okay, yeah, the moth isn't up. To do a big pull here. Oh no. Oh, well, I'm dead. I'm pretty sure I'll still be in combat. Man, it chose that time to disconnect me? Right after I pulled a shit ton of mobs? Fuck, no. And this is kind of an awkward spot to spirit run to. Considering how long the loading screens are, there's no chance I come back in here and I'm still alive. Yeah, there's no chance. Oh, there's a graveyard right here. Alright. Could have been worse. Let's get Fury of Nature and Rising Light, Falling Night. Never punished. I mean, I shouldn't be punished for doing completely normal stuff. The game just said, fuck you. I think I, like, hit a weird angle on that thing on the grounds. I need more dwarves. Yeah, there should be a ram rider right up ahead. Yeah, unfortunately, Astral Influence no longer buffs the range of Thrash, which is really annoying, but... oh well. Oh no. I triggered the roleplay early, so now he's going to slowly walk up there. What are my next talents here? I think Survival of the Fittest. After the Wildfire, and then Berserk. Actually, I just need After the Wildfire, because I just need to get Galactic Guardian down there. No, I don't have new gear to equip at level 35. My next new gear to equip is actually 45. But that's an understandable confusion. Yeah.
Samsung, go forth to victory.
All right, there we go. How does the run feel? Pretty good overall. It's gonna suck with WoD Intro being bricked. I think maybe I will, in this run, try out the thing that I talked about before about like Western and Eastern Plaguelands and just see how that feels. Since we can't do WoD Intro anyways, so this may as well be a good chance to test that stuff out. I'll go ahead, throw this on my bars now before I forget. And then it would be Unbridled Fury. I'll just remember to move it down there later on. I think that's all I could use for the moment. I mean, that's not even for another 5 levels, but I'm just getting it out of the way. No TBC or Wrath equipment? No. I mean, this is stuff that I prepped for a speedrun like half a year ago, and I've just had it sitting on that character for ages. And because most of my speedruns are on the PTR, I've just been reusing the same set of BOE gear for like 8 months or so. If it works, right? But it's not really worth it switching BOEs every 5 levels. Generally speaking, the stat difference is just so marginal that it doesn't really matter. Dark Talon was the rare that you were referencing. Wasn't sure what species it was. Ah, gotcha. Am I planning to hit 70 since it's testing? What do you mean? Oh, am I planning to hit 70 tonight since it's testing? Yes. No, usually when I do a run like this, I do the entire thing in one sitting. Yeah. And I am planning on doing the entire thing in one sitting here. Figure, you know, I might as well. The eternal sun guides us. Yeah, there's no real reason to split it up. Especially because it's not going to be a super long run, right? And we already know that the XP values are going to be, like, lower at the higher levels. So, hold on, let me double check something just out of curiosity. Massive War Within XP reduction. Here, yeah, there's a Wowhead post for it. So, yeah, the funny thing is, as you go higher up in levels, the XP reduction is even larger, but that leads to a really weird thing where, like, the amount of XP required in the War Within for the level I am right now, 35. Level 35 requires 39,200, Wowhead says 210, but they did the math slightly wrong. It looks like 39,280 XP. And level 50 requires 34,330 XP. But the thing is, at higher levels, the quests give more XP. The amount of experience that quests give will scale as you level up, but due to some weird stuff that they did back in Dragonflight, the higher levels require less XP to increase your level than the lower levels. And because they haven't really changed anything like in War Within, so it's not like they're further... It's not like they further warped it, but they've applied a mostly blanket nerf to all of the higher levels. But what that already means is that level 50-ish is already insanely fast, 50 to 60. And level 50 is getting a 19% reduction in XP required, when earlier levels are only getting a 15% reduction. So the amount reduced is even higher the further you go, but in many cases, due to the issues that arose in Dragonflight. I say issues as if it's a bad thing. But due to that stuff, the higher levels already have a much lower XP. So after you hit roughly, where is the breakpoint, right? The amount of experience stays roughly the same. It's level 40, level 41. At level 41, that's the point where the experience required starts to trail off significantly. And then it starts increasing again at level 59 by like a significant amount. But at that point, we're already getting to like 70% XP reduction requirements, and the XP that you gain should be the same as it was before. So level 50 in Dragonflight equals 42,690. Yeah, sorry, I was only giving some sample numbers. I wasn't, like, reading out the entire thing. Crap. Oh, I see what was happening. I was wondering what was bugging out. It's because I was in the position for the pocket nuke at the same time that I was trying to use the SI-7 thing. So it was causing problems where it was, like, overlapping. But yeah, basically what I expect is going to happen... What the fuck? Why wasn't I getting credit for that? Yeah, what I expect is going to happen, based on the math, is that as we start to get to the later levels, leveling is just going to get exponentially faster and faster, and then bam, we're done. Right? Because these levels are just weird. And normally I would be further along here, because obviously, by this point, while it may look like I'm a little bit further behind in experience relative to where I would be at this stage of like a traditional run, I didn't do the WoD Intro at this point, and I won't be doing it because it's broken on the beta. And I also normally do TBC dungeons up to like level 20, and obviously, since it's on the beta, I haven't done those dungeons. So if you account for the fact that I normally would have gotten to Silverpine like much later, and I would have done WoD Intro around level 30, then we're actually making relatively good time right now. I lost about 10 minutes doing all of that, that stuff with, like, hunting the rare mobs, but it shouldn't have a major impact in the grand scheme of things. Let's round up all these soldiers. I don't think that I'll be able to get, like, sub 3 hours in this particular run. At this current pace, I'm probably going to get, like, roughly 3.5 hours, is what I'm expecting. Which, if I manage to get 3.5 hours on my very first test run, I'm quite happy with that. I mean, hell, even if I manage to get sub 4 on my very first War Within test run, I think that is a really good sign. I think consistent sub 3 hours, once we optimize this route a bit more, and get, like, obviously TBC dungeons and stuff in the mix, I think that is very doable. Because I've already managed to get, what's it called? I've already managed to get sub 3 hours in certain runs that I did, like the Kultiran Druid one. I'll leave Yetimus for later. So with these changes, I think it's absolutely doable. I don't know if there's any reason to do the Monk Peak of Serenity quests at this stage, though. Because I feel like nowadays, there's just not really going to be any situation where the Monk quests are worth it. Even just for, like, the rested experience and stuff. It's just kind of a waste of time. Beard said, "You're gonna head to bed. Hope you have a great stream. Gonna leave you up for the free ad views." Nice, I appreciate it. Yeah, overall been a good Twitch stream so far. The only thing annoying is, oh yeah, so for people who missed the Cataclysm raid stream, basically my guild had cleared everything except Throne of the Four Winds and Sinestra, and we were planning on starting with Heroic Sinestra, or well, Sinestra in general, because she's a heroic only boss. And we got her down to like 25% on our previous raid night. Super duper close. So we were pretty much guaranteed to kill her tonight. And the raid bugged out. So there's some weird bug that can happen in Cataclysm raids where if you come back to a raid like after partially clearing the lockout, so we had cleared obviously the first 4 heroic bosses and then Sinestra's the 5th, and it didn't load in properly, so we just weren't able to access her. Like the passageway to her was blocked. And that really, really sucked. Because I was looking forward to killing Sinestra. Like I said, we were 100% going to get it. That boss was fucking dead. And missing out on that was a real bummer. Especially because the loot from her is really, really good. Sinestra loot is kind of crazy. So we'll get her next week, but still missing out on an entire week of Sinestra loot is not fun. So that kind of started off the stream on a bad note, especially considering it's like something completely out of our control. It's just the classic team being shit at their jobs and letting a blatant bug like that exist since the start of Kata. Because I've read about people running into that issue. There was a post on Reddit about it, like around the first or second week of raids. And I remember thinking, wow, that really sucks. Good thing that by the time that I ever reached that point, Blizzard will have likely fixed it, and then turns out, nope, they just didn't. They haven't gotten around to it. Kind of annoying. But we did end up doing Heroic Throne of the Four Winds and killing both Alakir and Council of Winds. Technically, Council of Winds we had already killed before, so that one was kind of a foregone conclusion. Though it was kind of cool, because we normally 3-tank it, and we don't have our 3rd tank anymore. He quit a few weeks ago. It was like some IRL stuff. And that meant that the usual strat that we do wouldn't have worked. So I was just like, hey, why don't we just like do 2-tank, and I'll just solo one platform and the other tank solos another platform, and he'll just bubble off his stacks. And if he dies, he can just get B-resed, and that'll reset his stacks as well. So we did that, and it worked. He did end up dying, and we did have to B-res him to reset his stacks, but the strat worked. I managed to solo my side. Normally you have one tank to kite ads, and the other one holds the boss, but I just, like, I pressed the Goblin Nitro boosts when the ads were coming out and just booked it, let the range DPS take care of it, and it worked, so. I felt pretty happy that my strat paid off, and we one-shot the boss, so it wasn't even like it took a while to figure out. And then Alakir was a massive pain in the ass, but we did get him eventually. Technically, I've already killed him on 10 man, so it was like a little bit annoying because it's like, I've already killed the boss, the loot isn't anything particularly special because we've already seen it, but I did get a new transmog piece because the Holy Paladin plate dropped, and I really like that set appearance. And since the Holy Paladin already has all the gear they need, I usually trade one disenchant mat in exchange for the transmog appearance, and the loot council officer has no issue with that. And I'm still a few pieces away from collecting the full set. Ah, fuck, that mob reset. But every little bit counts. Grab this. You were hoping they would clean up leveling 28 to 51. It's real weird now. Yeah. Unfortunately, they haven't really done anything to fix that. It's still that really weird slush level section where the mid-levels take longer than the ends. I genuinely don't understand why it works like that. It is incredibly counterintuitive that some of the middle levels genuinely require more experience. And it's especially weird because it's like a compounding effect like I described before. It's not just that the higher levels require less experience, because the amount of experience that you gain is still increasing proportional to your level. So the higher levels require less experience, and the quests are giving more experience, so levels basically feel twice as quick from 40 to 60 as they do from 20 to 40. It is just a very, very, very strange feeling while leveling. I don't really know why they did it, or how they fucked it up that bad. Not that I'm really complaining, because, frankly, a lot of times, the early levels are the easiest in terms of killing stuff because of scaling. At higher levels, like back in Shadowlands, when 40 to 50 took pretty much half the run, it was a massive pain. Oh, can I get Yetimus here? Yes. Nice. That was perfect. Yeah, so it was a massive pain back in Shadowlands to do 40 to 50 because scaling was really not in your favor at that stage. And it was pretty much the longest single segment of the run in terms of 10 levels. So having to do Yetimus like around level 40 could be kind of difficult. But at this stage, like, he feels pretty easy. Oh shit, wrong button. Yeah, I still need 7 points to get to the end, so I'm just gonna take Berserk. We'll put 1 point in Thick Hide. And then I'll grab Primal Fury for the Mangle crit damage. So this turn-in should probably get me to definitely 38, possibly 39, depending on how much XP it gives. Okay, I have a few more quests to turn in. Oh yeah, this one down here. And over here. Alright, 38 and a half, pretty good. Now we do Durnhold Challenge. What am I missing? Stamina in bear form is increased by 10%. That's pretty good. Go ahead and do the Owl Beast quest while I'm in the area. Word, hope servers behave while I'm out and hope to catch the end. Yeah. I'm not sure how much longer this will be. I'll be honest, like, I'm not really that tired. My sleep schedule's kind of fucked, so we'll see. I might actually do more stuff, like, after we're done with the leveling run. Because normally, if it's a YouTube video, or a YouTube stream, that is, I tend to try and keep the YouTube streams focused. The recent stream on Saturday was kind of an exception, because it was already screwed, the original thing that I wanted to do. So at that point, I'm just like, ah, fuck it, we'll try other stuff. So we did, like, delve testing and whatnot. And there's, like, a lot of second channel videos that I need to make. Oh, nice, Lopex is back up. Like, what I'll probably do is take the delve testing footage from Saturday's stream and make that into its own second channel video and post that at some point. One video that I'm going to put on the second channel tomorrow that I'm in the process of working on is I had the idea to basically take the footage of my guild selling a Farok mount like a week or two ago on non-awakened, and I'm going to put that side by side with awakened Mythic Farok. So that way, the entire idea of the video would be how much more challenging is Farok going to be in pre-patch compared to what he was before. Basically, if you missed the Farok mount farming thing, how screwed are you? Like, is there still a chance at getting it? And I think that'll also help people who still don't have their Farok mounts and maybe want to get an idea of how much different the Awakened Mythic timings are compared to regular Mythics. So that's something that I think could be marginally interesting, and I'm going to put that video up tomorrow. I already have the two different kills picked out. Like I said, we had a sale from a few weeks ago, and then our most recent Awakened Mythic Farok kill, we'll just put that side by side. Nothing too crazy, but I think that could be interesting. And I need to finish editing the part 3 of the Cataclysm Prot Warrior run, because we did finish that the other day. And I got to level 69.5-ish, because initially the plan was to do up to level 68, but it turns out that you don't unlock the new expansion dungeons until 69 for Wrath of the Lich King, so it was just more effective for me to stay in Burning Crusade for one more level, and I figure it's better to just do the breakpoint wherever, like, the expansions change. So we'll do TBC in one and Wrath of the Lich King in the other. I think that'll work out pretty well. Nice, yeah. Definitely, it's a nice level, for sure, to end the run at. Or to end that part of the run at. I should be fine. I don't think these mobs are going to pose too much of a threat to me. Yeah, should be chilling. And do I get a level off this? Not quite. That is a lot of experience, though. Refresh my food buff. And I think, yeah, I have one more talent point that I can spend. Let's go with Soul of the Forest. Have I felt the stat changes during the run? Not really. I will say, I feel like very marginally weaker than I did before. So that might be a result of the stat changes. It might just be that, like, I didn't have enchanted heirlooms in some slots for a good chunk of the run. It's really hard to say. Like, that being said, while I do feel slightly weaker than I normally do, it's not by any significant amount. Like, it's not as if I can't solo Durnhold challenge with a Guardian Druid. Like, look at my health bar. This shit ain't moving. This isn't going anywhere. I haven't even used Survival Instincts yet. So, realistically speaking, I think the really strong specs like Guardian aren't going to feel any impact from the stat adjustments on gear. But if you're a spec that struggled to solo stuff like Rogues, I think Rogues would struggle a little bit. But this is, like, pretty chill. Alright, perfect. Level 40. So I can replace that. We'll switch to Bear Tartar. And this is where we'll go ahead and do Western Hillsbrad instead of Gorgrond. No idea if it'll be fast, but this will give us a way to test it. And there's no good damage talents for PvP anymore. I do like the idea of Emerald Slumber. I think it's a cool ability that I can use. Let's go with Primal Fury, because that actually gives me damage. I do like Feline Swiftness. I don't know how impactful it's going to be. I need 4 more points. I'm definitely going to take matted fur. I want to take, yeah, I'll take matted fur. That's 1 point. Then I need 3 more points. And I'm just going to spend stuff to be able to access Stampeding Roar in the midsection of the tree. The thing is, you may notice I have not taken Iron Fur. That's not an accident. Obviously, for endgame content, you're going to want to take Iron Fur, but, like, the fuck do I need Iron Fur for while leveling? It doesn't really give me any meaningful survivability increase. Especially once I get raised as, like, an AoE rage spender. So... Iron Fur is just not that important. There's just other talents that are really good. Genuinely, though, Iron Fur should not be a talent. It is insane to me that Iron Fur is even on the talent tree. Like, that should just be something that you get baseline. Fortunately, I don't remember where a lot of the rares here are, so that's going to be a little bit tricky. If I end up using Western Plaguelands, I'll have to do the first few runs with Silver Dragon enabled, just so I can remember all the spawn locations. Okay, I think I got all the quests. Yep. Okay, we need to kill Alliance Hunters. And then Diseased Black Bears. Oh yeah, I remember you could use this buff to do, like, insane damage. Yeah, that's really nice. I basically get bloodlust whenever I fight a bear here. Okay, let's go find more fox hunters. I think there might be a rare mob in this area, but... forget. Okay, there's a diseased black bear. Should be able to get most of these plague tangles while my moonfire chips them down. Yep. And... one more. Perfect. White-tailed foxes. Yeah, so the main issue with Western Plaguelands normally, which is why we don't do it, is you can see how this questing hub is kind of spread out. There's, like, mobs scattered all over this forest, and then when I go to turn in these quests, it's going to tell me to go back to the bulwark and hand everything in there, which normally would be quite a bit of travel time. That's not super great. And then it's going to tell me to go back to this farm, and I'm going to have to kill stuff here. And that's, like, a lot of back and forth, especially when you have relatively poor mobility. But in this situation, where I can just fly from point A to point B super quickly, it does not matter. It's super chill. We need diseased black bear. Okay. There's a lot of shaggy black bears. I'll pull them because they have a chance to give me that cornered buff that increases my haste by, like, an insane amount. I'm not getting it. It's not that thing. Plague Tangle and... yeah, does... Foxes and Hounds... okay, so these quests do have a slightly higher XP modifier than the one in Silverpine. Or the one in Tirisfal. See, so we go back here, and then it immediately sends us all the way back this way. And fun fact, I actually, in my first ever YouTube speedrun, way back when, Volpera Beastmastery Hunter, I actually used Western Plaguelands as a backup zone. Because Gorgrond was bricked due to heavy lag. You don't really encounter that issue quite as much anymore, but way back in the day, Gorgrond had serious issues with, like, heavy lag. Hello, Boominer. Good to see you. Alright, while I wait on the cooldown, I should go kill stuff here. Drop the cask there. And then buy the grain silos. Yep. And in here. Alright. Definitely one of the selling points of this zone is going to be the rares, though. So I'm going to need to find and kill the rares. What quest does this guy give? Mender's Stead, alright. Did I miss a quest? Or here? No, now I just need to go to Anderhall. Here, let me check real quick. Western Plaguelands rares. Okay, so there's two different sets of rares. Something weird is definitely going on with the rare spawns. Because there should be a rare mob right here. I wasn't crazy. I swung by here at the start, and I was like, isn't there supposed to be a rare? And there isn't. There's no way that somebody stream sniped me so hard that they pre-killed all of the rares in Western Plaguelands. There's no fucking shot. So something fucky is just going on with the rare spawns on beta right now. If I had to guess, I think what may have happened is it's possible that literally nobody in all of beta went into War Mode Chromie time phase. Wouldn't really surprise me, frankly. And as a result, these, like, this phase just never loaded in. And maybe if the phase just isn't loaded in, it's impossible for any of the rares to spawn. So a few rares maybe immediately spawned when the phase was created. But I think everything else, just, it won't load. And it isn't actually going to appear for me. Which unfortunately will kind of fuck this speedrun a little bit, because I'm going to be missing out on a shit ton of rare spawns that would normally save me a lot of time. But I think that is the most logical explanation. And yeah, based on what I'm seeing here, my memory of Western Plaguelands rare spawns is actually fairly good. It's just that the, like, none of them are up. So I was thinking to myself, like, I could have sworn there was a rare here, and then I was just like, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm misremembering. But no, I have them vaguely memorized. It is purely just that, they're not spawning. I don't know, it is very weird. Nice to see me live. Yeah, I guess this is probably a good time for Europe, huh? Normally, I guess my stream times are probably a little bit weird for people in Europe, but kind of works out well. For me, it's definitely at like a super degen time, but... Ah, fuck, that mob leashed. Shit, I need to quickly charge back so it doesn't leash. You're eating breakfast at work? Nice. Can I do leveling on beta right now? Does everything work? Well, a lot of stuff is bugged, but as you can see, obviously, I can do leveling on beta, otherwise I wouldn't be able to be doing this right now. Let's see. This should be a good spot to kill a bunch of Scourge. I need to get more Spearmen here, because they'll run to me. And... there we go. What am I missing here? Open Gut Behemoths. Okay, so I need to kill generic Scourge and then 6 of those A-bombs on top of everything. And as for whether the bugs are fixed on beta, there's still a lot of stuff that is just very broken. Like, it is beta. It's a really shitty beta so far. But enough stuff is working that I'm able to do this test. And I really wanted to make sure that I did, at the very least, one test before pre-patch came out. That way, when people ask me questions like, oh, what's the fastest way to level now? I can give them at least a cursory answer of, well, so far, my current route still works. And we'll do further testing just to see if there's any major changes. Gandling is over here. That's the Ravenian. Level up. I'm not sure what that means, Gamor. You'll have to elaborate. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. And then this quest should end shortly. I think Gandling fucks off after this. Or, no, I have to still finish fighting him. Then he leaves. And then fly over here. Yeah, that overall feels pretty good. I can't remember if there is a follow-up quest for turning that thing in at the Bulwark. So I'm just gonna go check. There might be. There is. Alright, perfect. Can you level optimally due to bugs, or does it screw up your time? I mean, it screws it up a little bit. But within reason, it's fine. Like, the previous test run that I tried to do on Saturday, it was just a never-ending, you know, just constant crash, 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 thing isn't working and I have to, like, restart the game to get it to be fixed. It was a fucking shit show. There wasn't much I could do about that. So, that definitely sucked. And eventually I just gave up on that run because it was just impossible. But this, while there have been a handful of issues, and of course the whole... okay, I have to kill multiple Alliance laborers. Well, there are this whole thing with rare mobs, right? That kind of sucks. By and large, this has been working as intended. The only major issue currently on the beta that is going to hinder my ability to test is the fact that the WoD Intro is just completely broken. I can't test that whatsoever. And while that does suck, it's kind of what I said before. I already wanted to test to see whether or not, what is this? Forsaken Troopers mobilized. How do I do that? Oh, I have to use... Okay, hold on. My bar, this is actually a really weird bug. My pet bar is overlapped with the other one. Because it's just a weird UI thing. So I have to select this mob and then do call to arms. And there we go. Is auto turn-in still a thing? Yeah. Well, by auto turn-in, what do you mean? If by auto turn-in you mean Leatrix Plus, which is what I've always used, then yes, that's still a thing. But I've always been using Leatrix Plus for my auto turn-ins. You speed level in the beta, but the last 2 weeks you haven't been able to level. You're going for server first, might world first? Well, you know. I wish I could say, yeah, dream big, but I can tell you right now, you're not getting world first. I'm not getting world first. Like, that's not a knock on you. Somebody from, like, Echo or Liquid is getting world first because they do, like, insanely degen strat stuff, and they usually have an army of 50 people helping them out. So, you're down to 2 hours? Yeah, they're gonna get it done in, like, an hour then. Or some crazy shit. I can tell you right now, you do not stand a chance at world first. And again, that is not a knock on you. I do not stand a chance at world first on launch day. Unless you have an entire team of people helping you out, you will never be able to get world first. That's just how it goes. Server first? I mean, I don't know your server, but possibly. Ravencrest? Ravencrest North America or Europe? Because Ravencrest North America is like a super dead server. I'm pretty sure on Europe it's like an actual populated server. So I suspect that's what it is. Yeah, Europe. Yeah, that might be tough, but I don't know. Because I don't think Echo and Liquid are... Well, I know Liquid isn't, but I'm pretty sure Echo's what, Terran Mill? I don't really know European servers super well. I hear the names mentioned. But... okay, I need 6 mobs. They're twisting Nether and Terran Mill? Gotcha. You got server first in Dragonflight? Nice. Yeah. In that case, maybe. I mean, 2 hours definitely sounds like a good time, don't get me wrong. That's why, like I said, it is absolutely not a knock on you. It is purely just... people do crazy shit. Okay. Now I need to fight the Alliance. I think, actually, if memory serves, if I run closer to the Alliance area, there's more mobs that are just out in the open doing nothing that I should be able to kill. Yeah, there's all these mobs just chilling here. And there's the Force Commanders. 2 Moonfires gets me threat. And yeah, while the recommended area to kill these mobs kind of indicates that you should stand out here, I'm pretty sure if I just go back to where the Alliance are, there's a lot more mobs. Good luck on leveling. You have to go to work? No problem. And I appreciate it. Yeah, there's more Force Commanders back in this section. And I need to find Provincial Minutemen and release Gargoyles onto them. Okay. Need 5 defenders. So 1, 2. 1, 2. This is 4. This guy's 5. So this should be enough to finish my quest. And then I guess the Provincial Minutemen are these ones? Yeah. Alright.
It is not ready yet.
Then
Cannot use that item yet. That item is still recharging.
yeah, this should be pretty easy. As long as the respawn rate is reasonable. Yeah, this is very reasonable.
It is not
And then perfect. Is Koltyra down here? Where is this turn-in? Oh, right, he's in combat, and I need to kill the mobs before I can turn in the quest. I vaguely remember that being an annoying bug. Yep, there we go.
What is it? What are we if not slaves to this planet?
Okay, kill 5 mobs and convert them. Okay, this kind of works like the eating murlocs thing, where I think I need to kill them slowly. There we go. And then Hunt the Siren should be all the way back there. And
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter anyone who stands in our way.
the Reckoning. Speak with Lady Sylvanas. Oh, okay, this is one of those you gotta watch the cutscene types of quests. Eh, that's fine. Gives me a chance to, see if I missed anything in chat. They do what you did for the remix speedrun, but with more planning and resources. Basically, yeah, pretty much. The biggest issue with launch day speedruns and why it's really, really hard to ever beat them is for like traditional speedruns, people will usually like share their strats and stuff. And if you want to beat that person's strategy, all you really need to do is just see what they did and look for ways to optimize it. The problem with launch day speedruns is obviously all that matters is getting the fastest run on launch day, and nobody is sharing their strategy before the launch. Every single person's strat hordes like their life depends on it because, I mean, relatively speaking, it does. And that just means that unless you happen to be the one who stumbles upon the absurdly broken strategy on beta, you are never going to get an incredibly fast time. It's just either you discover the broken strategy and you have a group of people who are in a position to exploit that broken strategy to get a really fast leveling run on launch day, or somebody else has found it and you're fucked. And even then, every single launch, there are people who think they found an incredibly good method and then somebody else has found something better. Like with the, let's do, survival of the fittest, then we'll take after the wildfire. And that's pretty much all the talents I need within this range. But like, take Cataclysm launch, right? Also, fuck. I need to be killing wildlife with Zenkiki, but Zenkiki despawns. 70 to 80 pet battles. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Alright, come on, Zenkiki. But yeah, like in Cataclysm, a bunch of people thought that the fastest way to level and, you know, easy world first in Kata was that, like, Trog hyperspawn thing that a bunch of people were doing. And then there were some fucking farms out in Twilight Highlands that a few people managed to exploit that ended up being even faster, to the point where Blizzard nerfed it in the middle of that person's run. So you never know. There's always a bigger fish, right? Especially when you only got one shot at it. It's all well and good to, you know, do a fast run, somebody beats you, you adapt your run and, like, use their strategy and stuff. That's cool. That's, like, the essence of speedrunning, but that's just not how launch day leveling works. You either stumble upon the best strat and nail it on your first attempt, or you're screwed. Which is personally why I don't really care for it. I don't want to do, like, weeks of prep only to realize that somebody else found something more broken than I did, and suddenly all of my effort is null and void. That's just not really fun. You remember the old days where no one streamed and you raced until you get the notification? Yeah, fuck. Imagine that, right? In that case, you can't even kind of adapt on the fly. Like, at least now, if you see that somebody's doing something really broken, you can try to copy their strat. But back then, you have your strat and you stick to it. Alright, I just need 4 more wildlife mobs. Athene was big on speed leveling, but Blizzard did revert his runs a couple of times. They were more rigid on degen shit. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I know that Athene used to be popular back in the day. I can't really speak to all of that stuff. All I know is everything that I have heard about Athene these days has just been shit, so I'm not a big fan, honestly. Basically, the main thing that I know Athene for is Athene faked, like, a world record Hearthstone streak where multiple people called him out for blatantly just, like, splicing together Hearthstone runs. And, like, he didn't even really try to make it look accurate. And, I mean, I don't know, that shit's just really lame. Obviously, faking speedruns and stuff in general is lame, but if you're gonna do it, like, fuck. I don't know, at least make it look passable. It's just almost insulting when you fake shit like that. So basically, from what I've heard over the years, before my time, like when I was probably really young and didn't really pay attention to that type of stuff, Athene seems like he may have done some actual serious, like, competitive stuff in WoW. But the only stuff that I know him for is, like, just really pathetic loser shit. So can't really respect him. The only way now is streams or slash who? Yeah. This quest is really annoying. It's been a really long time since I've done Western Plaguelands. I remember when I did consider putting this in the route, I thought that there was a chance I might just cut this quest. I can't remember what verdict I reached on that. All you know about him were speed leveling things from 10 to 15 years ago? Yeah, I mean, the Hearthstone stuff was... I don't remember exactly when that was. Probably like 8 years ago or so? Because Hearthstone came out 10 years ago-ish. They just had, like, that Hearthstone anniversary event. And it was definitely, like, a good deal after Hearthstone was out. It wasn't, like, right at launch. So I don't know exactly when that was. But that's the main thing that I know of Athene for. And, like, I had heard some other stuff among that nature of him, like, faking shit for clout. That was the only one that I directly saw unfolding, like, the drama around it firsthand, because I was playing Hearthstone pretty actively at the time. So a lot of the Hearthstone content creators that I watched were dunking on him for being a clown show around that whole thing. And it just gave me a really bad impression of him. Oh, is this the quest where you have to, like, frighten the spiders? Oh, God.
Well met.
Yeah, this stuff, I don't know if it's worth it. Can I... Yeah, I can't just run up to them. You have to, like, mount one of the horses. So... Go to bed. You're one to talk. You're also awake at 4 a.m. And it's not like I have to be up in time for raid tomorrow because, you know, we're not raiding. Also, I have a legitimate reason for being awake this late, because the beta servers were bricked all weekend. So this is quite literally the only chance before pre-patch that I have to test my leveling route. It's either this, or I wait until after the pre-patch has already gone live, and while I will be doing testing after it's gone live, I'd like to do, bare minimum, one test before then. Because I'm sure that people will be asking me about it. Rating the night pre-patch releases would be a shit show? Yeah. No. Our guild leader was already smart enough to just call raid. We're not even taking the chance, we're just calling it.
Greetings.
Need help? Safe travels.
Right. I remember this is the quest that I really hated. Where you have to use the horse thing to lure them towards the guards. But it's, like, really janky. I think I got both? Yeah, perfect. Okay. That might be far enough. Okay, that should be 4. Nope, I was out of range to get credit. Yeah, that was the really shitty part of this quest that I remember. Because you not only need to lure them towards the lumber mill, but you need to be close enough to actually get credit after the fact. So, basically, doing multiple spiders like this is really tough. I got credit there. But you can't just, like, send them from a distance and then immediately run out and start getting more spiders. You have to kind of commit. So I'm just going to try and do this. Do these 2. Yep, was out of range for that because game sucks. Okay, I was in range there. There we go. All right, one more. This is definitely a skip quest, but because I haven't done Western Plaguelands in a very, very, very long time, I want to make sure that I test every part of it for the purposes of this run. That way we get, like, an accurate idea of what we do and what we skip. Also, Western Plaguelands is probably going to seem like a little bit subpar in this context because one of the main selling points is that it has a shit ton of rares, just like Silverpine and Hillsbrad, but for whatever reason, they're not spawning correctly. So that's like a pretty major source of XP that I'm missing out on. And considering every single rare is down, it's even below the average amount of XP that I would get from it. Because normally you'd at least find 1 or 2 rares, even on live servers. Used to like Hearthstone so much, but became badly pay to win. Yeah, I agree with that. I just do not care for Hearthstone anymore these days. I just don't think it's a very well-designed game. It's a shame. It's like, I agree with you, I used to love Hearthstone. And it is just... I mean, it's not even just that it's pay to win. Like, to a certain extent it is. But I would also argue that if all you want to do is push high rank, it's not even really that pay to win per se. But at the same time, the metas in Hearthstone lately that I've experienced are just really not fun. I could not enjoy it at all. It was just fucking dog water. Okay, let's get these mobs rounded up. I don't know if just these 2 is enough to complete the quest, but we'll see. Yep, that's enough. Nice. Ooh, almost hit that tree.
What can I do for you?
Can I help you? Have a good one.
And then we go up to Hearth Glen. Sleep is for the weak? Exactly. We love Skeleton. That we do, yeah. I'm definitely glad that he made that decision on his own. Because otherwise, like, we all know, right, that it's going to be a complete shit show. But I remember, like, back in Occasional Excellence, they always tried to raid on pre-patch nights. Every single time it happened, or, like, before a new, like, release and stuff like that. And it was always a complete shit show, and they always tried to force it, and half the time we ended up canceling. So... this is just skipping the whole bullshit where everybody shows up to raid, wastes 30 minutes, and then realizes that we should call it. What am I doing here? Trainees challenged and defeated.
See you later. State your business. Remember
Okay.
the well.
Uh... There's, like, not a lot of fucking trainees over here, like... Okay. Bunch more here. I need 5, though, and there's only 3 here. We raid late enough that we could say, let's see what the other guilds do? Yeah, for sure. But I agree that the break is nice. Oh, there's like a million trainees over there. Fucking hell. Of course, I missed those. That would have gotten me all the ones I need. Well, now we know for next time. And yeah, I think, honestly, I really do hope that we don't cancel raid all the way until the expansion. I'm not really sure how people are going to vote there. Because, I mean, you know me. I obviously would like to raid. But I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people who would just want a break all the way until the expansion. Even though, like, I think it's pretty easy. Like, we just show up, we kill shit, and then we move on. If raid was a pain, I could understand not wanting to do it for the rest of the X-Pack, but... You know, 3 hours a week isn't going to kill anybody, especially now that we're not doing sales, so we don't even need to worry about that. I think it's easy enough. Now I gotta do the other quest. And of course, I'm biased because I would really like to get a few more speed pieces. And I still don't have a good ring. I had to use a crafted ring, or I had to make a crafted ring because I haven't managed to get any good crit verse rings from raid, which is annoying. So I definitely like to raid a little bit more. It wouldn't be the end of the worlds if I didn't get a better crit ring, but yeah. You want to break until 1 week before the expansion? Yeah. Well, it's like, we're polar opposites in that regard. I want to raid as much as possible, you want to raid as little as possible, at least during farm. I mean, you fucking paid to get sat, for Christ's sake. Like, I don't understand you. I don't know. It's just more fun that way. Like, without raid half the time, I just don't know what to do with myself. It just feels like something's missing. It's worth it? God.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
I buy and trade. Be careful.
You didn't raid in Season 4 and you're not missing it? Yeah, I mean, admittedly, Season 4... It's kind of a weird situation because nothing in Dragonflight Season 4 is necessarily, like, super important and, like, you must do this, right? But at the same time, I like raiding in Dragonflight Season 4. It's just very chill. It's one of those things where I think it depends on your perspective, right? People who are not consistently getting cutting edge probably aren't going to love Dragonflight Season 4 because they're going to have to re-progress for the entire season on multiple raids. But as somebody who did clear every single Dragonflight raid on Cutting Edge when it was current content, and who, in Awakens, by like week 5 or whatever, we were already done clearing all the mythic bosses. We killed Razageth and Sark on the 2nd week, and we killed Farak week 1. So we've been in farm mode for like the last 2 months, basically. And Awakened farm, when everybody is overpowered, and everybody has like full best in slot, like tier sets, optimized gear, like I have such an insane stat distribution on my Brewmaster. It is so much crit verse, it is just yummy, yummy, yummy. I love it. And I have my best in slot trinkets, and I have Aeronog ring, and so does like everybody else in the raid. And we just walk into raid and fucking blast it. Just in, out, 2 hours, everything's dead, boom. And it's pretty fun. I like that. Because it's not, like, it's still Mythic Raid, right? So you can't just, like, mindlessly, you know, walk through it. You need to actually think about the mechanics still, but for most of us, the mechanics are second nature. We don't wipe too much, if at all. So it's still fun, it's still engaging, but it's not difficult per se, because we're used to it. And because it's not a big challenge, everybody's fucking around, everybody's joking with each other, you know, we're all having a good time. And then we go in, we get loot, bam. It's like the perfect situation. Also, I need to refresh these buffs before I won't be able to refresh them anymore. But I understand that, like, that's not going to be how it works for everybody, so. Yeah, you're weird, farm's boring. I don't get how you think... How do you think farm's boring? Do you not enjoy showing up to raid wondering what dumb shit Sponsored's gonna do this week? Like, that makes farm entertaining for me. You hope they fix beta soon? You want to do a leveling run or two? Yeah, I'm really hoping that over the next few weeks it gets better. It does make me feel a little bit happy that I waited this long to do my leveling testing. Because I was kind of worried that, you know, oh, if I wait a really long time to do my testing, maybe I'll miss out. And maybe, like, other people have already done, like, an insane amount of testing by the time that I get around to it. But the reality of it is, beta has been so consistently broken for, like, the last month that very few people have been able to get, like, any considerable amount of testing done. Obviously, that's not to say nobody has done any testing at all. But it's just been... Everything's been so fucked that, all things considered, I'm not that far behind on my testing. Where's this quest? Over here. Alright. Alright, is Zenkiki actually going to keep up with me if I fly really fast? I didn't think about that. I don't know if I technically need him for this quest. I guess we'll find out. Oh, I got the buff. Yeah, that bear debuff, whenever it goes out, you just do giga damage for a few seconds. Nice. Okay, now I can use Shadowlands consumes. So, Phantom Fire, Shadow Core Oil. That there. Fried Bonefish will be soon. Then Spectral Flask of Power. And yeah, that's it for now. I think I might need Zenkiki to heal the bears. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. So I'll have to get him back. That means I need a side game, play some old school RuneScape. I mean, I have side games. I mean, obviously, you know, like, this is effectively my job, right? So I play stuff outside of it, but this is, like, simultaneously my main game and my job, but Raid Farm is, like, me doing prep for launch day leveling, because I'm getting, like, pieces for my speed set, but it's still fun, so I enjoy it. You love Western Plaguelands for quest stacking / XP? Yeah. It's a good zone. It's like just barely, or it has been historically, just barely not efficient enough to fit into the route. And that's kind of why I'm testing. I feel like the changes to flight might make travel time less of a concern here, because like there's so much movement across the zone, but that like doesn't matter at all now. So I have a feeling that the nice, Senkiki will retroactively do that. I have a feeling that the fact that it's such a really good like dense zone for quests will kind of outweigh the fact that there's a lot of travel time. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, well, Lochmodan is a different breed. Lochmodan is infinitely better than this. Lochmodan is super efficient. Even with the flight changes, Western Plaguelands is still not on par with like Lochmodan, Hillsbrad, probably even Silverpine Forest. But I think it might be competitive now. It can keep up with the other parts of the route. What do I need? Flesh Cobbled Ripper. Now I just need Crastanovian Disciples. Wherever those are. Looks like they're in a different part of the cave. Oh, I can't use Swiftness Potion anymore. I also haven't been using Minari Training Amulet. I completely forgot to put that on my bars. Oops. Oh, good chance to use it now. Oh yeah, we still wipe on Vault, obviously, but, you know, fuck Vault of the Incarnates. Shit raid. You didn't raid in Season 4, not missing it, you don't like Awakened stuff? It's not a CE thing, you've already been farming and selling runs for months, you want to be fresh for a new raid? That's fair, yeah. You don't get to see Sponsored's weird general chat messages? Yeah. Those are always fun. Okay, so it looks like I finished all of Western Plaguelands. Now it's time to try Eastern Plaguelands. And I'm going to check to see if any of the rare mobs are up. Any of them at all. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Missing out on all that rare mob experience is definitely making that zone really bad. The unfortunate thing is, because of that, I'm going to have to retest it. Because that is not really an accurate showing for how fast it should be. Any chests over here? Nope. Oh, that's a fear. Oh, shit. You've wanted to start testing, but the massive bugs have made you not want to? Yeah. Hopefully we'll have a good chance to do testing soon-ish. Stamp Roar and Lore of the Grove. Let's grab Reinvigoration and then Galactic Guardian. Finally, Galactic Guardian. That'll make things feel a lot better. You tried this weekend, it took you more than half an hour to reach the main city. Yeah, that is brutal. I think it's within the first 10 quests for sure. You'll wait if you're doing the full spreadsheet ranking of every single quest, you're not doing it while it's massively gross. Yeah, I agree. I'm also still pretty sure that they're going to make changes at some stage to the amount of experience required, because it still doesn't feel like it's a normal amount. I still feel like they've got to change something at some point. Because right now, the amount that you get from the campaign just feels off. Does not feel like it's a final number. Okay, that's 5. I think that's all I need. Perfect. I can't use fried bonefish yet. I'm gonna refresh Bear Tartar before I'm at it. Like, it's too low. Right now, if all you do is the campaign, you end at level 77. Which, normally, it's much higher by the time you're all done. Have I tested the WoD treasures that give XP from Spires of Iraq? I mean, in very old versions of the route, yes. I haven't tested them recently. Just because they're not really worth testing. As far as I know, they haven't been updated. They're actually really bad. Because they still require, like, below level 49. So I wouldn't even be able to use them at this level. You'd have to go to Spires of Iraq early on. And there's just no situation where you want to do Spires of Iraq early on. Maybe for Alliance, if it was good. But Spires was already kind of an zone. It's one of the faster ones, but there are so many other faster options. And especially from, like, the flight stuff, Spires barely benefits from faster flight at all. The only benefit it really gets is that now the time that it takes you, especially as a Horde character, to go through Talador and do, like, the little bits of stuff there on your way down to Spires is marginally faster than it was previously, so that's, like, a mini time save. It's nothing crazy, though.
Victory lies ahead.
Time to do a big pull here. When I did this quest in Cataclysm, I got a really rare blue item from a chest around here. That, well, I never actually got around to selling it, but theoretically when I do sell it, it should be worth a decent bit of gold. Oh my goodness. These mobs kind of hurt. I'm gonna use a healing pot. I normally don't need to, but... shit. I mean, it's a lot of casters, so... they can be a little bit spooky. I assume there's no rare mobs, there's no chests in this area. Yep. Nothing. It was like 68.8%, or like level 68 and then like 80% basically in Dragonflight for reference. So yeah, it's definitely slower in War Within. Or rather, it's not necessarily slower, the process of leveling entirely, but just doing the campaign gets you less towards cap. So you need to do more side quests relative to campaign quests. Overall, War Within leveling feels faster than Dragonflight leveling, but yeah, the whole process is a little bit awkward. And that puts more importance on finding, like, efficient side quests to complete. Oh, hey, there is finally a rare mob that I can kill. Nice. Yeah, I know the Spires of Rack things that you're referring to, by the way. So I know what you're talking about. But yeah, they're not really worth considering at this stage. They didn't even really give that much experience overall. The only reason why they were good is because if you're already questing in Spires of Rack and you already want to pick up the treasure because it gives XP, you're like double dipping because it gives experience for finding a treasure, and then you also get bonus experience for using the rested XP item. Alright, this is the main reason why Eastern Plaguelands is bad, is this quest right here, and the one after. It gives me a good chance to stretch. Leveling is already too fast. Would they make it even shorter? So, yeah, War Within leveling is fast, right? But the two things that I think they need to change is, first off, some of the side quests should be bundled into the campaign. There were a handful of side quests that I did where I'm like, why are these not just campaign quests? Just make it a requirement. Because it felt like a lot of campaign quests just directed you to an area and then told you to fuck off, right? And you could stick around and do the side quests if you wanted, but it makes no sense that they weren't actually part of the campaign. And you may think like, well, why is that important, right? Why not just like let people do it at their own pace? Well, obviously I do think that it is nice having the campaign be a little bit more freeform, but if you're going to let somebody continue through the entire campaign and then reach level 77 completely stranded, that's kind of bad. I think the campaign should at least roughly guide you through the zones, and while it's fine to have side quests if you want to do them, I think by and large, anything that is closely tied to the campaign quest should also be a campaign quest. And they should all be required in order to progress. For one, that means that new players are less likely to end up in a situation where they just ignore everything and blitz through and then get stuck. But more importantly, the appeal for people like me, right, is if everybody is forced to do those quests, then there's no downside to completing them. If the side quests are technically optional, then I need to make a choice on launch day. I need to decide, am I going to stick around and do these additional side quests, or am I going to try to get through the campaign as early as possible so I can get to, like, the second or third subzone and begin doing side quests there when there's less competition? Because whenever you do a side quest, especially on launch day, it's a trade-off, right? You're usually doing it because it's relatively efficient, but at the same time, you are now spending time not going ahead with the campaign, and then people are catching up to you. And yeah, I want to do that stuff. So ideally, you need to be very picky about when you do side quests. You don't want to lose too much time. You want to make sure that you're doing efficient quests, sure, but you also want to make sure that you're staying ahead of the pack so that people don't pass you, and then while you're trying to do campaign chapters with them later on, they're making your life a living hell. It's a difficult balancing act. And if all of that stuff was required anyway, then nobody would run into that issue because everybody would be forced to do it. Oh hey, the first bot of the stream. Kind of surprised I haven't seen too many of them. It took you around 5 hours in your first run? Yeah, my first run took me 5 hours as well. So that seems to be, like, consistently how long it's taking people. Also, I got all pieces of the doll in one building. So that's pretty cool. Right, and then I can combine all of them. And there we go. Come on. Flight form. There we go. I'll do Zaeldar the Outcast while I'm already in this area. I should also do large plague bat pulls whenever I encounter them. There should be like a few more plague bats up here that I can fight. Because I'm gonna have to do this quest, and the plague bats are relatively spread out, so should do it in chunks. Oh, fuck. I'd really like to get Rays. It's gonna take me a second to get down there. There we go. Are there any chests here? Doesn't look like it. No chests, so we'll just kill this guy. There's also new drums that I need to use. Deathly Ferocity. I forgot to put that on my bars. You could use a raise too. Yeah. Couldn't we all? Alright, so I need to go turn in this quest before I do anything else. And that's gonna get me the Battle for Darrowshire quest. Then I'll talk to Chromie. And Extended Annals of Darrowshire. This is where you get those items. And that thing. You three? Oh! Thank you for the subscription, Kelly. And you're on a 3-month streak. Is that like a new sub, or did it just happen to auto-renew right now? Okay, yeah, there's like a bunch of mobs that I can kill in this area. 2 birds, 1 stone. I'm pretty sure that I just do, like, gigantic AoE pulls here, and I get all the reagents that I need to do stuff. Remind you to kidnap me at some point to force you to make the pop-up things? Right, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's probably a good idea if I'm streaming on Twitch more often. You have it on auto-renew, it gives you a couple-day window to renew and send the chat message. Oh, is that how that works? Ah. You do get to decide when it actually pops up, then. That's interesting. Right, I think I can use this. Wow, I didn't get the control rune. Alright, let's do a big pull here. Yeah, I've never done, like, a Twitch sub thing, so I wasn't familiar with how it worked. Ow. Okay, that's gotta be enough runes. I got 2 of the runes that I need. Nice. Now I need 1 more. And I should be able to get that while clearing out the ziggurats. But do I have to stand literally right here? Yeah. Oh yeah, Kelly, so you missed the earlier part of the stream where I talked about this, but after looking over the gear stuff in War Within, based on what they've just recently announced with like how dungeon item level will work, I am pretty sure that my best option is to level 5 different Brewmaster monks, and then on the day of Heroic Raid, I do like the initial gearing things like World Boss, etc. with all 5 Brewmasters, and then whichever happens to get the best gear from like the one-time sources, that's the one that I bring to Raid. I'm pretty sure that that is like just the correct way to do it, even if it is super degen. And I don't think that there's any downside to that, because as long as I don't spend any of my like limited account-wide currency and stuff, and I don't like waste gold on crafting anything, there's nothing in particular that I would need on one character that would take me like an extremely long time to get. Because there's no like legendaries to farm, there's no Shadowlands like soul ass shit that I need to grind out. The only annoying grind early on is rep farming, but for the first time this expansion, rep farming is account-wide because it's all shared on your warband. So, as long as I do that rep grinds on one character, then any other monk that I make will get full credit for that. So, like, there is just literally no downside. What the fuck is wrong with me? I mean, many things, but like... You could do the same thing. It's perfect for you. You already make like 1 million fucking BM hunters, and you just do that... I don't know why you do that. At least, when I have multiple Brewmaster monks normally, I have a reason for it. It's because I usually level them up as Windwalker for a speedrun, and then I just have them left over. You unironically had a second BM hunter for a while there, so like, you cannot give me shit about this. You are the last person that can give me shit about this. You only have 2. I mean, you know, that's still more than I've normally had. And now you can get even more. Yeah. I can't believe you needed an alt for splits, so you just got a second or a second Beast Mastery Hunter. Fucking hell. I can't wait until you're forced to play survival. It'll be perfect. Though honestly, I mean, with how easy it is to level characters in Remix these days, especially during pre-patch, like, if you want, I will help you boost a bunch of characters up in MoP Remix, and you can get, like, a shit ton of BM hunters, and have them ready to do the same thing that I just described. Alright, I need one more Plague Bat, and I need the Sword of Horgus. You hope Serve gets nerfed to the grounds? I don't know about that. I'm really happy that Survival is actually looking good for once, and it's not with like a shitty build, like Wildfire Bomb. I hated the Shadowlands build that became really popular. It was miserable to play, but it was really good. Okay, I'm not going to do the actual Battle for Darrowshire quest, because it gives dog shit XP, relatively speaking. I need to turn in the rain quests. Okay. Nice. Just gonna abandon this so I don't have that pop up in the middle of my screen the whole time.
What do you offer?
And there we go. Oh, I need to clear my bags at some point. Oh, I can't do that right now? Fuck. Let me prep Dragonflight items on my bars while I'm at it. Shocking Disclosure. Put the potion there. I'll just put the refreshing potion there already. Glacial Fury. No new augment runes. At least not that I bothered prepping. Buzzing rune. That's pretty much it. I will have 2 new pieces of gear. I'll put them on my bars so I don't forget to equip them. Because otherwise, I will probably forget. Alright. At the very least, after this caravan ride, there's no more, and then we can just do all of the quests relatively efficiently. Learning a class was too much effort? Yeah. You could be convinced. You would be able to do that prior to raid, though, unless you take paid time off that day. Well, so the mop remix thing that I was talking about, like, we can do that at any time. That's not a pre-launch thing. I'm saying any time within the next, like, 25 days, I can boost a bunch of characters for you in mop remix. Should be pretty easy.
I have what you seek.
And, like, I have all this stuff set up, and I haven't gotten around to, yeah, I still need to get all of those warlocks leveled up on my alt account so that I can park them in strategic locations for launch day leveling. Okay, what do I need to do down here? Oh, you meant to do the heroic week thing. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, I guess if you don't have off on the day of the heroic thing, then that could be tough. But I mean, realistically speaking, you would make your decision the day of heroic raid release. You, like, do world bosses, and that would be the first thing that you would do. You would do all the world bosses. And then basically, whichever characters don't get loot off the world bosses, they're ruled out. And you can just scrap those. Because obviously, the world boss drop is like a heroic raid piece, basically. So that's the most important thing. And if you don't get that, automatically rule it out. And then you just do mythic zeros on all of the characters that got world boss loot, and you'd probably start with whatever is the most impactful. So if there's an M0 dungeon that gives, like, a really, really good trinket, that's a massive DPS increase for you, you would just run that M0 dungeon. If you don't get the trinket, you try again on all of your other characters, and, like, hopefully one of them gets the trinket. And then whichever get the trinket, you just continue with that. So you wouldn't necessarily need to, like, non-stop grinds. It's just you would prep a bunch of characters, and then the day of raid, the moment the servers are live, you would just do the highest value activities and work your way down and just narrow down your character list until by the time of raid, you should have not only settled on which character you're going to bring to raid, but also... Nice, there's After the Wildfire. But also it should have, like, really solid gear. You're basically fishing for perfect RNG. Summers came up early enough you could? Yeah. I guess that will kind of change things depending on how early it is. Also, hello, Finn. Hello. How we doing, buddy? Yes, I know. You want attention. You want attention, and you do not care at all that I am currently streaming. Fuck everybody else. Finn needs attention. Pause the timer for Finn. I'm sure he would like that. Yeah, that's gotta be everything, right? That's one more down. And then there's this quest. This stuff, at the very least, is fresh in my memory because I did it during the Cataclysm run. So... yeah, I have to, like... I don't actually kill them. I just swim up to them and use the quest item. Which, especially as a druid, means I could just do this. Throw a quick heal. And I think... okay, the quest turn-in is back here. It's just obscured by Fiona's caravan. And... I guess to get the rest of the quests, it looks like I would need to do the Boys Will Be Boys follow-up over here. When are NA servers expected to be up? Who knows? Blizzard's expected time will likely be 5 hours before they're actually up. If they have it on the launcher, yeah, they expect it'll be available at 6 p.m. Eastern. So 6 p.m. Eastern is already a pretty late estimate on their part. And I would be surprised if they're actually up by then. Most likely they won't be up till like 8 Eastern, if that. And if it is up that early, I'll be impressed. Because it is likely going to be a massive shit show. Do I talk to this guy? No. I have to actually go inside the crypt. Am I trying a new route? Sort of, yeah. Basically, the WoD Intro is really broken on the beta right now. It causes you to get stuck in a crash loop. So we can't do the WoD Intro. I could technically still do Gorgrond, but it would be weird doing that without the WoD Intro. So one thing I wanted to see is whether or not Eastern and Western Plaguelands are better now that travel time is less of a concern with dragon riding. So we'll see. Overall, this is definitely going to be slower than, like, some of my other runs. And we'll do runs where we follow the standard route to a T. The other thing is, because this is on beta, I don't have TBC dungeons. And TBC dungeons are definitely still worth doing. I obviously just can't do them for this run. But ideally, this should give us an idea of how fast these are compared to, like, WoD Intro and Gorgrond. I expect that WoD Intro and Gorgrond are probably still going to be faster, just because it is incredibly good quest density. And some of the quests here are like, they're not the best. I think it might be the case that, like, parts of Western Plaguelands could be worth doing. And the thing about that is taking bits and pieces of zones could be a better idea now, because if all it takes is 30 seconds for you to fly over there and you get like one set of efficient quests and a bunch of rare spawns, assuming I'm doing this like on PTR servers where all the rares are up, that could be worth doing. But who knows? Okay. Yeah, and this opens a bunch of follow-ups, so it's like kind of required.
Good boy. Good kitty.
Okay, more talents. Twin Moons. Balloons Favored. There we go. Yes, hello. What? What do you want? My cat's being very cute. It's a time loss, unfortunately. I'm gonna round up a bunch of mobs. It's boring. Things are still so broken. You watch my other VOD where I tried to test. Was sad seeing everything so broken. Yeah, thankfully, the crux of the route is still intact. It definitely sucks that WoD Intro isn't working, but it's not really a big loss because the main problem was Silverpine and Hillsbrad not working. Because no matter what, Silverpine and Hillsbrad are going to remain in the route. They are insanely fast zones, and regardless of what ends up changing based on the flying stuff, Silverpine and Hillsbrad will still be in there. And TBC dungeons obviously will still be in there too, but like I said, I can't test them here. But that I will 100% do. So the biggest issue with the previous run, on top of the fact that I was constantly getting crashed and like disconnected and stuff, that was really the biggest problem. I don't mind having to alter my route slightly and test something different if the game is actually playable. Which is why, during that other run, I decided, hey, I'm going to go test Dragonflight stuff for a little bit. Let's see if that works. And while it kind of worked, it was still crashing pretty frequently. And it's miserable having to deal with that stuff. At the very least, the stability of the beta servers is a lot better in this build. So I'm not constantly crashing, like, every single minute. Oh, hey, there we go. There's a rare mob. But yeah, that makes the testing a little bit more bearable. And the fact that both Silverpine and Hillsbrad are functional means that the core part of this run still works. And that's the main thing that matters. Which is why, since the WoD Intro wasn't working, I figured, hey, let's test an alternate route. I've been meaning to test other zones for a while, just to see how they stack up to the regular route. And I figure with the flying changes, this is the perfect time to revisit Eastern and Western Plaguelands, because the last time that I really tested these zones was back in Shadowlands. And in Shadowlands, I did test them and find them to be, like, okay. But I ended up not including them in the final route because they were just a little bit worse, but who knows? Alright, I need cultists, and I need to bury 2 more blades. So basically, these guys. It's worth it. It feels worse than Dragonflight did. Oh, the beta stability? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Not even close. Dragonflight's beta wasn't perfect, but this is significantly worse than Dragonflight's beta ever felt. It's just kind of embarrassing that it's allowed to be in this state, if we're being real. Especially considering people paid for access to this. Like, I'm not gonna say that because people paid for access to this, they deserve, like, an actual quality experience. It is a beta, after all. But I do think that if you are going to charge people access to the beta, then you need to keep it up to standards of a beta server. It needs to be kept within, like, a reasonable quality. You know, things are actually testable. I'm not expecting perfection, but I am expecting that if I paid for access to a server that lets me test the game, then I will at the very least be able to test the game on a functional server. If everything is crashing constantly, that's not a functional server. And at that point, I'm just not getting what I paid for. I don't need, like, a 5-star experience, but I need an experience. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? So that does annoy me, at least. You know, if you're gonna charge for it, the bare fucking minimum that you can do with all that extra money that you made is to make sure that a little more care is given to make sure that the stability of the servers isn't fucking dog shit for almost a month straight. Because right now, the way it seems is I paid extra money to get a worse experience than I did in every single other beta thus far. Which, as somebody who makes a living off this stuff, really fucks me over. Because I haven't been able to do any meaningful testing for, like, the last month. And that means I'm paying money that I'm effectively... that's causing me to lose money because the testing experience is worse. You get my point. I'm too tired to, like, really coherently put something together, but you get the idea. Also, why did I get pinged on Discord? Oh, I see. I swear to God, if Peak of Serenity did yet another ping, they fucking did. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let me read this. I only just saw the message that you sent an hour ago, Kelly. What was the context to that? Was there any context to that? It's not urgent? Yeah. It's interesting, I guess. I mean... I'll put it this way. I'm also not super familiar with that podcast. I know you've mentioned it before. I know it's something that you watch. If somebody came to me, somebody who I'm familiar with, right, came to me and asked me if I wanted to be on a podcast like that, I would at the very least consider it. But it's not really something that I do, right? I don't really, like, just show up on random podcasts and stuff. So I would not, like, make an effort to go out and end up on somebody's podcast. But if they, like, extended a personal invitation and asked me, like, hey, is this something that you would want to do? I'd at least think it over. But again, I don't really know the context. No context, it's an ideas for episodes channel that subs can post in. Interesting. Yeah, and I don't recognize... Obviously, you know, I'm not that I recognize every single person that, you know, watches my content, but I would have thought that, you know, somebody recommending something like that, which is, you know, nice. I'm glad that they thought of me as a thing to recommend. But I would have figured it would be somebody who's, like, active in my community, but that's interesting at the very least. What is that podcast that you're talking about? Like I said, I know you've recommended it, but I don't really know much about it. So let me see if I missed any other messages. Expecting every quest to be... Or, you feel like expecting servers to be stable is completely fine if you paid for it? Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't expect the questing experience to be absolutely flawless, but I do want to be able to actually get some basic testing done. That's kind of my main issue. I don't know why it was bugged out for a second there.
You need something? For the Alliance. See you later.
And then this quest. Nice. Bonus rare mob. Don't mind if I do. You had a feeling that's what I'd say. You can offer contact info if you want. Person who suggested isn't in your Discord either. Interesting. Just a random person that I don't know then. It is cool sometimes, like, seeing my name in the wild, though. Like, every now and then I get a ping on Reddit from, like, some new WoW player asking about leveling, and then I'll get a ping of, like, oh, Haraldan's Guide is the thing to check out, and they'll, like, ping my Reddit account. Because obviously I've done, like, the Reddit posts where I kind of abridge my guide to make it easier to understand. Where's this assassin? There we go. It's a newer podcast from Dorky, Max, and Dratnos. Occasionally they bring in different people for outside perspectives. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I don't know Dorky much at all. Dratnos is hard to not know. And Max is probably the only person who I've actively, like, watched his videos in the past. But, yeah. The problem is, unfortunately, right now, like, let's say in a hypothetical scenario where they wanted to do that, there's very little that at this exact moment in time I could bring to the table, because I haven't really gotten around to doing my testing yet. But if it was something, like, later on, maybe. Could be interesting. Hey, but, I mean, obviously... I know you said that you figured that would be my response. You know that I'm not big on, like, the whole socializing thing. And, of course, you've heard the stories of, like, every single time I've had interactions with, like, other YouTubers and stuff, it's just been people being shitty. So, I tend to keep to myself and not really do big social whatnots. They usually schedule shit out? Gotcha. Also, I've never done something quite like that before, so... I feel like I would just end up being extremely nervous. I'm good at talking if I'm just, like, talking to a void, and I can just rant on my own, but... I mean, I don't want to necessarily say that I'm bad at actually having conversations, because I like to actually think that, you know, normal conversations... I can do pretty well. It's more so that, like, in a situation like that, where it's like an organized event and I'm basically being interviewed about a specific topic, I would just be really nervous because it's not really a conversation. It's more like I'm expected to explain a topic thoroughly. And I'm sure that the other people on the podcast would want to like throw in their 2 cents, and then I'd have to make sure that I don't ramble too long to, you know, give them time to speak. And it would just be a very nerve-wracking experience overall. I feel like once they got you going, you'd be good. Just gotta find something for you to rant about. But that's the thing. Like, obviously, I could talk. Like, I'm not necessarily shy. My concern would be kind of the opposite thing, that I would almost be worried that I'd be talking too much, and because I'd be afraid of talking too much, I'd probably be afraid to speak at all. So I would kind of be intentionally limiting myself so that I don't just start rambling.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Right. That subzone's pretty efficient. But honestly, all things considered, that wasn't super fast. Fuck. My inventory's full of hidden stashes, I guess? Oh well. As long as I have, all of the items I need. Come on. Alright, it's gonna be faster for me to just kill these mobs to get out of combat. And... well, so I guess, clarification, how does that suggestion channel work? Do people just, like, throw out suggestions in the void, and, like, if somebody notices it... Why does it say... Oh, my bags are literally full. Okay. The reason that it shows that I have stuff is because of reagent bags. Yeah, do people just, like, chuck suggestions out into the void, and if it happens to get read, it happens to get read, but you have, like, no sense of feedback, right? Or will they respond and be like, hey, that sounds like a good idea or something we'd consider, blah, 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 blah. Because if it's the former of you just throw suggestions out there and if they respond, sure. In that case, I would not want you to say anything. If it is the case of there is like a back and forth and they're like, oh, this is something that we might consider, then if I know that they would consider it, maybe. Maybe. But again. Basically what I'm saying is I am completely unwilling to put myself out there. Which should come as little surprise. Raise and well-honed instincts. Throw raise over there.
Greetings. Have a good one.
Yeah, what do you want?
How may I help you? What? No tip?
Warm wishes.
There's a bunch of quests that I can do in this area now.
Get on with it. We be done here.
Body of Warlord Thresgen. Okay, one thing that I remember back in, when I did these quests in Cataclysm, which I'm pretty sure in Cataclassic this is still worth doing, just because there's nothing else that's super great in this level range. But I remember I accidentally did the Moss Flayer Eye quest without picking up the Body of Warlord Thresgen, and then I had to, like, double back, and it wasted a little bit of time. So I was trying to make sure that I did everything else this time around. That way there was no chance that I missed it. And I can do both at the same time. Also, I don't think there's any rares or chest spawns around here. What am I stuck in combat with? Oh. They somehow got in combat with this golem. There's some back and forth sometimes, depends on what the idea is. It's a pretty small Discord because it's subs only, so it's guaranteed to get read. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice, okay, there is a rare mob here. You're putting yourself out there. You were already put out there. You just be offering my contact info and they can reach out. I guess. Well, so the way that I understood what you were saying is that you would basically be telling them that you told me you saw that post and that I was okay with them reaching out. Right? That's how I interpreted that. Which, that I wouldn't want to do. You do it, I'm gonna hear it. Yeah, I guess. I guess also, well, I trust you because I know it's a podcast that you like a lot. I would want to make sure that I would do research before I agreed to anything, so I know what I'd be walking into. Again, hypothetically. Let's just run up here so I can pull Thresh Regen, and I'm just gonna aggro a bunch of different Shadow Hunter mobs. I'm also pretty sure, yeah, I can equip new items in 2 slots now. It's like a Shadow Hunter glitched into the ground. I guess there's one more that I need, so I'll just murder this one. Okay. Yeah, that's a good... If I hadn't done that quest in Cataclysm, I probably would have missed that. But I had to manually click to complete that one. Alright, perfect. Okay, so... Switch items... And... Equip this stuff. I should probably move away from Threshergen's spawn point. So he doesn't, like, immediately start attacking me. And... Fly over here. Just grab that. And I don't have any of the new drums, so I can't use that. We'll just go with what I have. Oh, Malernus gifted a sub. Awesome, thank you so much. And the sub got gifted to Archmagus. Cool. Thank you for that, Malernus. And you said you could say he's a friend of mine. If y'all want, let me know and I'll put you in touch. I guess I'll leave that up to you. If you want to, go for it. I I have no strong opinion on it.
Enemies will fall.
Looking for something specific?
Yeah, so there's only one more quest here. I'm nearly out of quests to complete in Eastern Plaguelands, so I will basically be forced to quest within... Actually, there's a few more in the west that I know I can do, that I remember from Cataclysm. But I'm going to have to do a few additional zones. And where is this? Oh, the indicator was just a little off. Do I have to ride Fiona's caravan? I'd rather not ride the caravan again, especially because, yeah, this area isn't necessarily super efficient. And if I can do the quest to just kill the giant bat... No, I'm assuming that's something that you only get after you do the caravan escort. Yeah, and there's like a bunch of rare mobs around here, but I'm pretty sure that none of them are going to be up. So... yeah, it's really unfortunate that some weird bug happened with the beta servers. I'm willing to bet that it's something to do with, like, the phase not being up long enough. Probably something weird with, like, I'm the first person to enter Chromie Time War Mode on the beta server, so it only just created, like, a fresh shard. And it was empty of rares as a result. That puts me in a weird spot, because obviously I still can't do the WoD Intro. But I need to find a way to get to Gorgrond and do that. I wonder if the portal trick still works. I'm not sure. Oh, and Malernus subscribed themselves. Awesome. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, my initial thought was the Timeless Isle portal. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try... well, Dalharth. We'll try to just fly... Okay, we'll fly into the portal normally and see if that works as intended. And if that works, awesome. We'll just go from there. If not, I can try Timeless Isle. Will I be doing a 70 to 80 speedrun guide? Well, yes. So the way that I'll be handling it is before the launch, my primary focus is going to be first character speedrunning. So 70 to 80 while completing the campaign, which by and large is like about 90% as effective as my finalized leveling guides. Realistically speaking, the route that we used in Dragonflight launch to complete the campaign, with the exception of Thaldraszus, was already really, really efficient for leveling. Here, I'll need the breadcrumb quest. So I'm going to talk to Chromie. Draenor.
Scary orc offers you something to drink, you probably want to say no.
Ah, fuck, wrong floor. Yeah, so I'll have a 70 to 80 campaign speedrun guide before the expansion actually comes out. The main issue with making, like, a definitive 70 to 80 alt leveling guide is there's way too much to test before launch for me to reliably say that. Now, previously, I waited a really long time to put out that video. And as a result, I just kept waiting to get like the perfect alt leveling route. So my current plan is at some point soon-ish after the launch, I am going to put out an alt leveling guide, which is like a streamlined version of the campaign route, but factoring in other stuff. Don't you think you could do it with only campaign quests? No, absolutely not. Multiple people have tested it. It gets you to level 77. You're going to have to do some side quests. Okay, that's nice. So that trick still works. Yeah, and this is scaled. Perfect. Druid. Yeah, so you're definitely going to have to do some side quests in addition to the campaign. And that is the primary thing that I'm going to try to figure out. Because that's already going to require a lot of testing. And that's the kind of thing that every single person... Oh, no. Okay, well, on one hand, the game didn't crash, but that exact same thing happened in the WoD intro, where the game stuttered, and then it crashed like 30 seconds later. And that really concerns me, because when we got the crash in the WoD intro, it basically completely bricked my character. That character became literally unplayable. I can't even dollar on Hearth out of the WoD intro in time. I log in and I crash within 5 seconds, and that character's just hard stuck. And there's no, like, character unstuck feature for beta servers. So if your character gets bricked, you're just fucked. Whew, okay. Fingers crossed.
The Horde has important work here. This terrain is ideal for a stronghold.
You were thinking about the first character level guide. You followed mine for Dragonflight, and while you only managed to remember practice the first zone, you were really fast in your realm, which was fun. Awesome. With all the gun shoes and extra mounts and all that, yeah. So, right now, I basically have 3 primary video ideas that I'm going to work on, and I'm sure I'll think of 1 or 2 more as we get closer. The other nice thing is, because I've shifted to, like, I have stuff on my second channel now, if there's any really niche topics that I can cover for War Within leveling, I should be able to make, like, a second channel video to explain that niche topic. So I may end up discovering something that's not, like, important enough to be a full video, but it's like, oh, this is mildly interesting. I'll make, like, a second channel video on this. And I'll probably stumble upon some of that stuff as I complete my testing. Basically, the 3 main video topics that I currently have planned, as far as leveling goes, I have other, like, endgame gearing guide videos planned. But the 3 leveling topics I want to cover is A, the thing I just mentioned, campaign 70 to 80, and this is not including, like, pre-patch stuff. I obviously plan on making a new version of the 10 to 70 video, but that's, like, a separate topic. But for War Within leveling, I plan on doing 70 to 80 campaign guide. I want to do, before the expansion launches, a speed leveling prep guide on, like, what items you should farm to level as quickly as possible. Any consumables, etc. that's going to be really impactful. One of the things that I'll probably cover there is bullion items, because obviously there's going to be a lot of really good trinkets. And the nice thing is now, with bullion, pretty much every single player is going to be able to walk into War Within leveling with a full suite of, like, 5 extremely powerful on-use trinkets for leveling. So that's something that I'll be able to cover in that type of guide, and that way people can save their bullions for the most powerful stuff. I've already been, like, recommending people who aren't super hardcore Mythic Raiders save their bullions for a while if they want to optimize day 1 speed leveling, or at the very least, make sure they spend their bullions on things that they know will be ridiculously powerful for leveling, like Manic Grief Torch, right? You don't need me to tell you that Manic Grief Torch is going to be really good for leveling. It's an insane trinket. It's obviously going to be good for leveling. So as long as you're spending your stuff on that, you're fine. But that's the kind of stuff that I'll cover. Obviously, I don't know exactly what that video will entail right now because, well, I know those handful of things at this exact moment. I'm sure that as time goes on, I'll figure out more important items that we need to include in the prep. Garrison, Hearthstone, should be over there. And the other video, and this is the one that I would like to make this video, but it's going to require a decent amount of testing, and I'm not 100% sure if I will have time to do that testing before launch. Wow, that one shot. Is I want to make a video basically talking about what the best hero talents are for leveling. Basically, a hero talent leveling tier list. What should you use as you level up your first character for, at the very least, every class? Obviously, I'm not going to be able to test every single possible combination of class spec hero talent stuff, so I won't be able to test the Affliction and Demonology tree for both specs and do like a full leveling run for each. That would be like close to 100 different test runs that I'd have to do, if not more. But what I can do is test every single hero talent tree and tell you if it is better or worse than one of the alternatives. And some of them are a little bit more straightforward than others, right? Like, I can already tell you right now that Shadowpan for monks is dog shit. It's terrible at max level, but it's also completely worthless while leveling. And the thing about that is because Shadowpan is shared with Windwalker and Brewmaster, and you're never going to want to level as Mistweaver, and that's another thing that I'll mention. I'm not going to factor in healing specs, with the exception of maybe like Disc and Holy, just because... What is going on here? Alright, well, we encountered a new beta bug. I'm hoping that this is something where if I log out and log back in, the problem gets solved. But if this doesn't work, it's not a big deal, because then I can just head to Gorgrond, but it is weird. Do Druid first? Well, to be clear, this would be one big video. So I would cover all classes within the same video. I've obviously already tested Monk. Yeah, this quest is bricked right now. Fun. Yet another thing that's not working correctly. Oh, fuck. Click the wrong button. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so basically the way that I would do Monk is I would say Shadowpan is the worst hero talent tree by far out of all three of the Monk ones. Therefore, if you're gonna level, obviously don't play Mistweaver, because you shouldn't level as most healer specs. And Windwalker is technically the best, and by default, they end up using Conduit of the Celestials, which is pretty good. And then I'll talk about some of the things that makes Conduit of the Celestials a good hero talent tree. And then I'll be like, hey, if you want to level as Brewmaster, obviously you're pigeonholed into running Master of Harmony, but it's not even that bad, and here's how you play around Master of Harmony as a Brewmaster monk. Now, in some cases, it'll be a little bit trickier. Like Prot Warrior, for instance, both Slayer and Mountain Thane are really strong options. Also, lag? There we go. Okay. Took a little bit to load in, but at least it's mostly working now. But yeah, Warrior would be a difficult one. Now, based on everything I've seen, you're probably going to pick either Slayer or Mountain Thane, which means that for... because, like, what's the other one? It's Slayer, Mountain Thane, and then, like... Or no, not Slayer. Colossus, or whatever. Colossus or Mountain Thane. Both look really, really good. Slayer actually looks bad. Not necessarily bad, but, like, at least for leveling, not really that impressive. So I suspect that for the specs, what is it? I think Fury is able to do Mountain Thane, so they'll probably play that, and I still need to do additional testing. I haven't really done a lot of warrior testing, so I can't say with 100% certainty, but of course by the time I make the video, I will have done it. And then Arms Warrior will probably play Colossus, and then for Prot, it'll be a really big toss-up, like which one do you actually pick? And we'll do that for every single spec. Like, obviously, for Death Knight, I think it's safe to say that Rider of the Apocalypse is the best option. And then for Blood DK, you'll play Sand Lane. And then poor Deathbringer's just left out in the cold. What else? For Paladin, obviously, like, Lightsmith would be completely terrible. So it would just be whatever the other specs are. I think Ret Paladin would be an interesting case, because I'm pretty sure both of Ret Paladin's hero talents are solid. And of course, as I mentioned before, the Disc and Holy stuff. Disc and Holy are probably the only two healers that I'll actually give rankings for, just because they are solid leveling specs. But I'm pretty sure Disc Holy shared one is Oracle. And based on everything I've seen, Oracle would be pretty terrible for, like, solo leveling. You'd want to do one of the other ones. But yeah, I mean, we'll figure all of this out, of course. But that's the kind of thing that I would love to make a video covering. I just don't know if I'm actually going to have enough time to fully test every single hero talent tree. But I think it would be really fun. And at the very least, at some point after launch, I would like to have done all that testing, which is why I hope I can get it done before launch, because I think it would be more relevant information by that point. Do I need to refresh any buffs? No, we're good. Yeah, so I probably am not going to make it super far into Gorgrons by the time I hit level 70. Savage Fight Club. So I think it's safe to say Gorgrond is probably still worth leveling in. It's... I don't know, it's really tricky. Based on my testing, I'm not really sure if Eastern and Western Plaguelands are effective, because, like, let's be honest, I was missing so many of the, yeah, I was missing so many of the rare mobs that it's really difficult to make an accurate comparison. Because for, like, actual speedruns, I should have way more rare mobs. But at the same time, for my actual leveling route, I do take it into account with no rares. And, like, Silverpine and Hillsbrad are still really good, even if you have 0 rare mobs. That didn't really feel great without any rares. So, I think there's a case to be made of it just not really being worth it. I think maybe, like, if anything... Okay, I got Granai, Botani, Bloom. I need Orcthorn. That's actually the main one that I need. So far, 4 already is really good. Let's try to get Orcthorn. Okay. I didn't manage to kill that last orc in time, but I got literally every single thing here except Orcthorn, and technically I haven't looted these mobs Yeah, there was a chance that Orc Thorn was off that one orc that I killed. But yeah, four quest items in Affliction Ridge is definitely above average. That is good shit right there. Okay. I'm pretty sure that I can do this without... Yeah. Without, flying. So I get into combat, but it's fine. The one thing is, technically speaking, regular flight would be better here because I wouldn't be stuck in combat with these mobs. I don't know if the time to swap and then swap back is enough to justify it, though. I think that would only really be worth it if it was a massive time save, where, like, the quest would take forever if I didn't switch flight forms. Which isn't the case here.
Have you any news?
Right, let's do the gladiator quests. What was I saying? Oh yeah, as for Western Plaguelands, I feel like that's the one that has the most potential, because the end quests in Western Plaguelands felt pretty bad. I think there's no way that we do all of that. So, I definitely want to do WoD Intro. I definitely want to do Gorgrons, because I'm pretty sure that relative to those zones that I tested, those two are still really good. And then, of course, I want to do TBC dungeons. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that alone will be enough. It's entirely possible that the way the XP tuning works out is we just do the exact same route as before, and, you know, we have enough experience. We're ready to go. But there's also a very real chance that I need to add one or two things to the route, in which case I might be able to add, like, the initial few quests within Western Plaguelands, where you do, like, the Kill the Alliance, Fox Hunters, etc. Do all the stuff, like, in Anderhall, because that's relatively efficient. And that would give me, like, a few extra levels. And considering how close it is to Hillsbrad, it's not really a massive loss to go there. And then from a... From, like, a speedrun perspective, I think especially that could work out pretty well, and that could even be faster than some of the slower parts of Gorgrond, just because of how many rares I could potentially get. The other thing that I'm not sure about is whether or not it's actually worth going out of my way to kill rare mobs. I think the way that I did it, of just aimlessly flying around, killing one at a time, the math doesn't really work out to make that worth doing. Because effectively, in many cases, I'm just completing one quest per, like, 45 seconds, which doesn't really feel super efficient. If there is, like, a singular rare mob that's, like, a 5-second flight, like that boar in Silverpine Forest, where the reason that I couldn't kill that boar before is because it's all the way on the other, like, side of the shore, down on the bottom of a cliff, where reaching it is massively inconvenient. But now, in practice, because we have flying, all I need to do is hop on my mount, or shift into flight form, and when I'm killing Lost Gilne and Wardog, and just fly down to that rare and get it, and we're good to go. So there's really no significant time loss for killing that. Same with, like, Ambermill Mage, which is a little bit off the beaten path. It's worth going and getting that one rare real quick for, like, 5 seconds, absolutely. And also, if there is a cluster of rares, it may be worth getting. Like, I would say now, the rares within Arathi Highlands are probably worth taking a detour for. Because that's 4 rare mobs and potentially a chest for, like, an in total minute-and-a-half detour. Minute-and-a-half to kill 4 rares and get a chest. And this is all in the context of a speedrun, right? Where you know that they're going to be up because you're on, like, the PTR, etc. I think that that would be worth doing. I think like the crocodile rare in Hillsbrad is now worth going for because that's like a very, very minor detour now instead of having to like gun shoes all the way out to that island and then back. Stuff like that I think can now be incorporated into the route. Dark Prowler I usually still did, but now Dark Prowler is just easy as piss to get. You don't need to lose any time to check for it. So all that stuff is nice. I think one of the other things to consider is if I'm doing TBC dungeons, there's a good chance that I'll only have done the like very basic intro stuff in Silverpine before I actually switch on war mode. So it's probably worth doing a sweep of like middle Silverpine Forest. Basically, I'm thinking like all this stuff. So if I'm in this area, right, let's say I'm doing quests around the Forsaken Rear Guard when I hit level 20 because I'm doing TBC dungeons. Then, assuming I haven't killed Krethus, I kill him. Then I can fly down here. I can get Ravenclaw Regents, the guy in the boat. Check for Lost Son of Aragorn. I can get Lost Gilnean War Dog. I can get the Boar down there. Fly down here. Get the Ambermill Mage. Get Aquarius the Unbound. Check for chests. Head over here. Get the 3 rares here of Frightus, Corpse Feeder, and Fuel Ravenclaw. And head over here. Check for chests. Kill that 1 rare in this area. That's like, that entire process would take maybe like 3-ish minutes, and I would get a shit ton of rares and multiple potential chest spawn locations. So that I think would be worth doing, but heading out into an entirely different zone, I think that's kind of where I have to draw the line at like, actually this isn't really worth my time to do. I think that no longer is an efficient use of my time. Aren't there a couple flying mounts that don't have Dragonflight? Yeah, you're absolutely correct about that. A few of them have forced regular flight, so the problem is in the particular case that or in the particular example that I just gave, the entire point is that Druid flight form lets you interact with things while flying, so that's like a very special case. It's not necessarily that any non-dynamic flight thing would work. It's that flight form with non-dynamic flight would allow me to interact with those staying mounted. A regular mount, I would still need to dismount in order to do that. But you do have a point that there are mounts that are forced regular flight. So if I do need to use standard flight for whatever reason, and it doesn't have to be Druid flight form for a case like that, I should probably have that on my bars so that I can easily switch to it. It's something that I thought of doing for this run, but I haven't looked at a full list of... which mounts are allowed and which mounts aren't. So, I'm not sure. Get fucked, the NG mount isn't on the forced regular list. Oh, it told you that Automod flagged it? Yeah. I was confused as to why I got a pop-up there, but... apparently Automod thought get fucked was an offensive term, but we're good. Archmagus said, thanks for the gifts of Malernus, trans rights now and forever. Absolutely. Oh. I can hear beeping from the other room. My dehumidifier just shut off, so I'm gonna have to reset it. I'm hoping that now it's like, it's a race against time. I'm gonna have to finish the speedrun before the air in here gets like overwhelmingly humid and I'm just miserable. I think this should be pretty quick though, so I can just fix the dehumidifier after this run, we should be fine. Yeah. It's, doesn't get wet that fast. Yeah, I mean, I figure I have some time. But every now and then, I'm just like, I'm sitting in my room and it is like sweltering. I am dying. And then I go and check and the dehumidifier is shut off. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, that explains it. Now I know why it's just fucking miserable right now. And of course, in this case, I heard it, but I'm sure sometimes it probably shuts off while I'm sleeping and then I wake up and I don't think to check. Usually I only think to look when I can feel myself melting. And that's when I'm like, oh god, this is the worst thing ever, please, god. Okay, my champion's honor is off cooldown.
Back to the dust with you.
So I just need to pick up this quest and then we'll do scorpions or basilisks and elementals. And then if I have any leftover time, I'll go and grab Orcthorn. And that should work out. Wow, that's already level 68, huh? Damn. Okay, yeah, big pull here.
Something first.
Let me focus for now. Yes! Alright. You'll love to see it. Both quest items popping up like that. Shit. I fucked up. I forget this every single time. Whenever I get both quest items immediately, I get so overzealous and I just immediately fly to Affliction Ridge. And I always forget that I need to wait for the mob to catch up, or it despawns. Alright, I mean, it's fine. I got good RNG in Affliction Ridge earlier. And getting both quest items right off the rip here is good as well. So it's a good RNG run, I just fucked that up. Could have even been like godlike RNG and we get every single possible quest item. I think after I do the Rexar quests, like these initial immediate Rexar quests, I'm going to head over and turn in all the proofs of strength because that might just be enough to get me to the end.
Is this one of yours? What is it?
All right.
Fang and claw. The hunt.
Here, I'll set my Hearthstone here. And then we're going to head over to the Proof of Strength section. And if this somehow doesn't get me to level 70, I will just Hearth and we'll do like one more quest in this area.
Strength and honor. Victory. For the Horde.
Okay. Looks like I'm barely off. What can I do? Should probably just do these quests to kill, like, one mob. That's really fast. And then there's those quests up there. I could also grab, like, 1 or 2 treasures. Missed hours 2 to now, Blizzard servers behave themselves? For the most part, yeah. Ran into, like, 1 or 2 tiny issues, but really nothing that bad. I would say, overall, the servers were pretty fine. Alright, I think it's just... These quests probably get me there, but I'm just gonna grab this treasure just in case. Then we go turn this stuff in and hit level 70. There we go. Boom. Alright, first 10 to 70 test run is complete. And yeah, Gorgron's definitely the way to go. This is significantly faster than those. I mean, realistically speaking, I think if I just do the exact same route that I did before, it just kind of works. Because obviously I have a ton of stuff left in Gorgron that I could have done. And I think Eastern Plaguelands is probably a no-go. Eastern Plaguelands felt just not really that efficient. Obviously, the travel time was less of a concern, but the forced caravan segments, you obviously can't speed up, and that's still very slow. Not having the rare mobs definitely hurt its viability a little bit, but there's too many sections in Eastern Plaguelands where there's just 1 or 2 isolated quests and not a lot of density. The very first tower has relatively good quest density, and the quests around the second tower are okay, but they're very spread out and take kind of a little bit too long to reliably do. The stuff in Tyr's Hand is good, but the XP scaling is not amazing enough to really warrant doing it. Yeah. It's fine, I would say. And I don't think it can compete with any of the other stuff on the route. Like, I would rather do Spires of Iraq than Eastern Plaguelands. As for Western Plaguelands, as I mentioned, I think parts of it have potential. The entire section with the Argent Crusade people and, like, Zenkiki, that part you can throw out. The part with, like, the horse and the spiders, that's just not really worth doing. Everything in Hearthglen, I think, is too slow. Yeah, all that stuff you can toss. I don't think it's worth doing. Anderhall has relatively good quest density, and there are a lot of rares in Western Plaguelands, so in a theoretical speedrun setting, that could work pretty well. The quests around the Bulwark are relatively dense. The only issue is the travel time, and that's heavily mitigated by dragon riding, so I think it has a lot of potential. We're just going to need to see how the experience requirement shakes out. I could see that being included as like a backup. And obviously I still need to test Alliance. My prediction for Alliance is that the route is basically unchanged. Duskwood becomes a bit more impactful than it was before. Honestly, Alliance have a lot of really shitty leveling zones. there aren't that many zones for ally that magically become better with faster flying. Stone Talon is another example for Horde that could be pretty good. I will probably test that at some point, because the main disadvantage to Stone Talon Mountains is that you have to fly pretty far to reach it initially. It's still a long flight, but previously it was like a 2.5-minute flight. Now it's like a 30-second flight to get there, which is way more reasonable. And there's a decent amount of travel within Stone Talon Mountains to get around, because the Windshear Crag section has a lot of movement around the area, and at a certain point, you're going to have to go into, like, the southern section of Stone Talon. So, like, let me open the map and show what I mean. So, when you go from Kromgar Fortress to Malakajin, having to go down that road and travel there takes a bit of time, but that's actually a really fast flight. You just fly over the mountains, just zip right there. That's like 15 seconds. That's pretty reasonable. Tops, yeah. So, a decent amount of the slow stuff in Stone Talon is mitigated. I've heard a lot of people recommend Felwood. I might try Felwood at some point. I tried it in Cataclysm Classic, and I wasn't super impressed, but I also didn't have a lot of time to thoroughly test it, so who knows. But at the very least for Horde players, I could see Felwood being easy to reach, but Alliance players would need a better leveling zone more than Horde players would. Horde has options, Alliance doesn't really. And I'm trying to think of other zones that could potentially be fast with flying the way it is. Isn't it fast from Moonglade for Druids? Well, sure. You're not wrong, but for the purposes of my guides, at the very least, I usually try to structure my routes in a way that anybody can do it. So using stuff like raid portals to access an area, I wouldn't want to do, because not everybody has those. But you are correct. Another consideration would be the High-Gel portal. I'm not sure when you unlock the High-Gel portal, but if that does work, it could at least be a slightly faster way for Alliance to get to Felwood. It would still be faster as Horde to fly from Orgrimmar, and it's honestly not too long of a flight. It's comparable to Stone Talon. They're like... The entrance to Stone Talon and Felwood, they're roughly equidistant from Orgrimmar. So it could be a nice option if it is efficient. I just can't see it being anywhere near as efficient as Silver Pine Hills, Brad. So, I think it is worth revisiting them now that these changes have happened. But, like, let's look at the world map, right? What else would even be worth considering? Just like glancing over most of these zones, I can already rule them out as not being worth it. Like, Ashara is decent, but a lot of the stuff that makes Ashara slow is forced roleplay. Travel time doesn't really play a factor. So, this isn't going to make Ashara meaningfully that much better. I haven't tested Tenaris in a while, but I remember Tenaris being, like, considerably far behind modern questing stuff. So... yeah, I think Tenaris was fast at one point, and I still need to check out Tenaris for oh, fuck, spider. Oh, fuck, spider. Oh, fuck, spider. Jesus fucking Christ. Motherfucker's doing, like, dangling directly on top of me. How the fuck do I even... like, at least have the courtesy to land on a surface so that I can kill you. Jesus fuck, Jesus fuck, Jesus fuck. Oh, fuck. Motherfucker just dangling right fucking next to my head. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Why do we even have a fucking exterminator if shit like this happens? Fucking asshole's not doing his fucking job. Oh, it's not even like that big of a spider. I killed it. But it was like a really awkward angle. Because I had to like... It's like descending, right? It basically, it's doing like the Spider-Man shit. Where it has like a web from the ceiling. And it's just like spiraling down. So I can't just like swat it with like a tissue. I had to like get a tissue and like cup my hand and go from beneath it. And then like right as the spider was about to touch the tissue, I just like snap claws, like close the trap. But it was just a much more awkward angle. Press the arachnophobia button. Man. So what was I saying? Yeah, I still need to test Tenaris for Cataclysm leveling, because I'm pretty sure that relative to other options in that range, Tenaris is a good pick. Because it's like late 40s, right? And there isn't too much in the late 40s that's worth doing. The problem with Cataclysm leveling is we already know that 48 to 58, spamming the tension block is best. So, The only question is, what do you do in between dungeon queues? That's really the main challenge at this stage, answering that question. And realistically speaking, it may even be faster to just run Sunken Temple, just to make sure that you don't get like a 30-minute penalty. Because I think Sunken Temple, with like the new layout in Kata, is not that bad. And it's probably better than most of the other questing zones at that stage. Gotta move to a new house now, a spider-free one? God, do I want that? Yeah. I definitely do. And like in Eastern Kingdoms, what else is even worth considering? Like, the problem is so many of these zones they just don't really hold up. There's some decent quests in Hinterlands, but really only for Horde. Not for Alliance. Don't come to your house, there's lots of spiders and bees wasp get in sometimes. Ugh. Yuck. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other options. Realistically speaking, I don't think there's anything that like massively swings the pendulum the other way. Because if anything, this is like the existing fast zones already benefit from this, and Gorgrond and Spires still benefit from this. Really, I think the zone outside of like Western Plaguelands, the zone that benefits the most from flying, well, outside of Western Plaguelands and the Alliance zones that I already mentioned, like Duskwood and Loch Modan, it's probably Spires of Iraq, just because getting through Talador is now much faster. So the time that it will now take you to fly to the outpost in Talador, build it, complete the bonus objectives in Talador that are efficient, then fly over to Spires of Iraq and do like Zorkra's Fall, that entire process will now be considerably faster. So it's not technically Spires of Iraq, but it is technically speaking involved in the process of getting to Spires. And now that is a lot faster. So it is something to consider. Yeah, Hellfire Peninsula is too spread out. Like, so Hellfire Peninsula is not a bad leveling zone relative to when it came out. Like, we did it the other day in Cataclysm Classic, and in Classic, it's honestly pretty good. Relative to, like, the amount of XP you get from dungeons, I still found dungeons to be faster, because dungeons are nuts. Obviously, TBC dungeons are crazy. But Hellfire Peninsula was really good. Definitely, Hellfire Peninsula is better than a lot of the worst Kata revamp zones, and it's a lot better than like Zangarmarsh, Terracar Forest, etc. Out of the TBC zones, it has pretty good quest density. It's a solid zone. But Hellfire Peninsula just does not hold up when compared to like a lot of the zones that we have in retail these days. It doesn't stack up. So it's not bad, but yeah, it would be a little bit too spread out to really justify doing. It's the main issue with Hellfire Peninsula is like the initial quests actually are pretty good, but after that, it's not necessarily that the quests are spread out that it reduces the travel time, right? But vanilla and TBC quest design has a lot of inherent back and forth built into it, where you're like zigzagging all over the map. And Hellfire Peninsula is guilty about that. You are still kind of zigzagging to dense quest hubs, but it still has quest design that's like kill 50 mobs, not literally, but you know what I mean. I'm being hyperbolic, but like kill a shit ton of mobs, pick up a shit ton of items, and then come back and turn in these quests to get the next things that send you exactly back to where you came. Whereas like WoD quest design is kill 10 mobs, kill these guys, interact with these objects, pick up this item, and then come back, and then it moves you to the next quest hub where everything is concentrated. So it's just a lot more efficient. Like, we would be doing more quests within Frostfire or Talador before we ever considered doing stuff like Hellfire Peninsula. Am I recapping the current run, or am I theory crafting new routes? Well, both. Both. The Hellfire Peninsula thing, that is just theory crafting, right? So I guess like this entire rant started off with me recapping the run and my thoughts on Western and Eastern Plaguelands, which were the two main experiments this time. So I gave my thoughts on that, and then I just started theory crafting what else could potentially be useful in the context of dragon riding, and that's how we got onto stuff like Hellfire Peninsula. But yeah, obviously there's a lot to consider. Who knows? Maybe, who knows, there is like a zone out there that I am really sleeping on that when you have dragon riding ends up being ludicrously fast. It is not impossible, but admittedly that's the kind of thing that we probably wouldn't even know until like a year from now. That's the type of thing that like 1 year from now, a random person is going to tell me, hey, I tried this zone and it felt really fast. And I'm probably going to tell them, yeah, I don't really trust your opinion. And then 5 more people over the course of another year are going to tell me, oh, no, for real, I tested this zone and it's really fast. And then when enough people have recommended it to me, then I'll be like, yeah, maybe it's worth considering, right? Because obviously I get suggestions from people of, oh, I think XYZ thing's going to be fast all the time. 99% of the time, no offense to this individual person, it's not. A lot of times when if somebody types it in a YouTube comment, I usually just kind of say like, oh, cool, and I don't really address it. If somebody like legitimately comes to me with like Discord DM and they think, oh, this could really be potentially useful in a run, I'll usually give them the disclaimer that most of the suggestions people give me tend to not be impactful. And if they want to pursue it further, like if they are really convinced that they found something that could be useful in a run, please go ahead and do their own test run with this thing and give me like accurate data that I can use. And if somebody is so confident that they give me real testing on, yes, this could actually be fast, which most people don't, but every now and then somebody does, then I never really consider it. And then if they give me compelling evidence that this change could be fast, okay, then I'll take a look into it. Like, people did that a few times with some of the side quest hubs in Dragonflight. And the side quests that I recommended on launch were a little bit different. Big one being Lilac Ramble. Lilac Ramble, I think I didn't actually include in my Dragonflight launch guides. And then after launch, a few people were like, hey, this area within Onaran Plains is actually pretty good. You should check it out. And then I started including it in future runs. And what do you know? It was pretty good. It's your own fault you gardened outside your window. Now there's a lot of flowers. Yeah, true. You have only yourself to blame for that. Hey, Lon, I think Vashir will be the next fastest zone. God. I'll pass on that. At the very least, I very recently tested Vashir, so nobody can tell me that I've never done Vashir in a speedrun, because I have quite recently tested all the Cataclysm zones. So, those ones are fresh in my memory. Honestly, out of all of the endgame Kata zones, Hyjal is probably the one that has the most potential to be fast. Like, Uldum has fast parts, but Uldum only has, like, a handful of efficient quests before you hit, like, really slow roleplay stuff. As far as an overall leveling zone, in the context of Cataclysm, Uldum isn't bad because it has enough decent quest hubs to outweigh the slow parts. And it's not like there's much else that you're going to do anyway. Deepholm is okay. It's, like, not the fastest zone, but also not the slowest. And what else? Twilight Highlands is slow, obviously. And then Vashir is slow, like, duh. I think that's all of them, yeah. Mount Hyjal is the only one of the Cataclysm, like, level 80 to 85 zones that is actually really compelling and could be efficient. There's, like, decent quest density, but I don't really feel it's any better than, like, half of the zones from WoD. Right? Oh, I hear Finn meowing in the other room. We can't forget the Blizzard broke it temporarily zones and upcoming patches while routing. True, yeah. You were trying to choose the slowest you could think of. Elicity Dragon, when you say Deepholm plus Dragonflight, are you responding to what Musical Surgeon said of the slowest possible route, or are you giving, like, an actual suggestion? Because honestly, Dragonflight... Well, Dragonflight definitely is not going to be a fast way to quest, because I played around with it a little bit on Saturday's stream. The problem with Dragonflight is that the quests are extremely linear. The side quests, by and large, are not super efficient, with some exceptions. So it just really doesn't stack up to a lot of these better zones, especially like the WoD zones. And it's... Without Dream Surges, which I guess right now it does seem like Dream Surges don't work for leveling, which is just dumb. I don't know why they made that change. But if Dream Surges don't work for leveling, then Dragonflight's just gonna be pretty slow. I don't really remember what my time for Dragonflight was before Dream Surges. I'm trying to remember. Because I remember my previous world record before Dream Surges was I did a 7-hour 10 to 60 run. And it was like... Yeah, because, so... Yeah, no, a 7-hour 10 to 70 run. 10 to 60 took me just under 3 hours. And then 60 to 70 took me just under 4 hours, I think. I want to say that's how it worked out. But I could be misremembering. And while Dragonflight before Dream Surges wasn't, like, painfully slow, like, Shadowlands is worse. Shadowlands is probably the slowest expansion I think, yeah. Because parts of BFA are pretty slow, but most of them are optional. Some parts of Legion are slow, but again, those parts are optional. And, like, if you look at MoP, like, Krasarong Wilds has some really bad sections. Valley of the Four Winds has some really slow sections. There's some really bad side quest hubs in Dread Wastes, right? So there's a lot of really slow stuff in particular points of the expansion, but you're not forced to play through all of that. There definitely are efficient ways to quest throughout MoP. I mean, hey, we tested that early on in MoP Remix. MoP Remix, I think, goes to show that Jade Forest into early Valley of the Four Winds, into Kunlai Summit Townlong Steppes, parts of Dread Wastes, that's relatively efficient. It's honestly not bad. And hell, like, Kunlai Summit isn't even a bad option for questing. It's pretty good. So, those are good. I would say the main issue with Shadowlands, even if you skip the Maw, is Shadowlands is completely linear. There is no way to approach it in any order you want because Threads of Fate is now gone. So you're forced to play through the Shadowlands campaign in a completely linear format. Shadowlands had some of the worst side quest hubs I've ever seen. Even the good side quest hubs, like the ones in Ardenweald, are slow relative to good side quests in like every other expansion. Shadowlands leveling was fucking brutal. I mean, keep in mind, my fastest Shadowlands leveling runs for the longest time were like just over 6 hours. I think post-launch, after optimizing it a lot, I managed to get 5-hour Shadowlands runs. Whereas I was already consistently getting like 3.5 to 4 hour times in Dragonflight pretty shortly after launch with minimal optimization. In Dragonflight, we got all the way down to like sub 2 hours, barely, with Dream Searches. So sub 2 hours is pretty good. And I don't even remember how low I managed to get Threads of Fate, but I'm pretty sure Threads of Fate, my fastest runs were either 5 hours or 4 hours. It was still like double the time of Dragonflight. It was really bad. Regardless of efficiency or not, following Sendrax during the intro quests enough times makes you want to avoid Dragonflight? Yeah. I mean, I agree, but unironically, that does make it pretty inefficient. The introduction of Dragonflight is, like, pretty fucking slow. The only reason why, even in my, like, Dream Surge route, you still do parts of Waking Shore, is because Thaldraszus is so bad, and the latter half of the Onaran Plains campaign is so bad that it is worth it to suffer through Sendrax just so that you could get access to some of the decent stuff in the middle of Waking Shores. And it helps that due to profession leveling, you're able to skip a decent chunk of the roleplay effectively by doing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's actually another example of something that viewers suggested. Initially, I was doing all my profession leveling in Valdrakken and then heading to Waking Shores. And then a viewer suggested, why don't you use the blacksmithing trainer in the intro town to do all of your crafting? And then after they suggested doing that, they were like, oh, well, wouldn't it be more convenient? You don't have to head all the way to Valdrakken. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, wait, I could just do it during the roleplay. That's perfect. So it was kind of like a 2-for-1 combo, kind of. That's another thing I still need to test. Whether or not Dragonflight profession leveling is worth doing. Because... oh, hold on. I need to close my door real quick. It's so early in the morning now that people are starting to wake up. But I did manage to test that Dragonflight profession leveling does still give experience. And it gives like a decent amount too. So theoretically, it might be worth it to head over to Dragonflight just to craft a bunch of items. But we'll have to see how that compares. Because, like, the profession XP itself isn't really that amazing at this point. I don't even know if it would be faster than just doing quests in Gorgrons. The main reason why it's good in Dragonflight is because you can do it while waiting on roleplay, so it's literally free experience. And it seems to scale with your level, which would mean that it's a lot less... Oh, my dog's barking. I don't know if you could hear that. But it seems like, relatively speaking, it's a lot less experience now than it was in Dragonflight, so. Takes the wind out of your sails every time after steamrolling to 60, yeah. The 8th time she's all like, welcome to the Dragon Isles, you're thinking, I know, I've been here. Yeah. Aussie land, it's 8:30 p.m., damn. Yeah. It's like... It's a 14-hour difference. That's wild. I think that's like... Oh my god. Why is my dog barking? And he's barking right outside my window, too. I don't know if that's picking up at all. The problem is, it's 6 a.m. here, so it's not just a problem that he's barking and it's likely picking up on the mic, but he's barking while most people are probably asleep, so he's going to wake up the neighbors. Oh, and now Moose is barking too. Now both dogs are barking. Lovely. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, Joe Biden is... Apparently there's a news outlet that said that Joe Biden is in the hospital and may not survive the night. Jesus Christ. It's unconfirmed? Okay. Damn. Yeah, that is scary. In Japan, it's 7:30 p.m. Time difference is so clutch for catching streams before work. Nice. Probably a possum or something. I mean, my dogs will bark at fucking air. It doesn't need to actually be anything. Moose in particular, Moose will bark at fucking everything. That dog does not shut up. Oh my god. It's rough. They actually, they hired like a dog trainer for Moose because his barking has gotten like a little bit out of control. Like he just does not stop barking. So the dog trainer basically said she thinks it's like he gets overwhelmed, and because he doesn't know how to handle like all the like sensory overload of dealing with multiple things at once, he just starts barking. And he just doesn't stop barking. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, otherwise Moose is doing like all right, but yeah, it's definitely tough. Let him in every time he barks. Well, they stay inside. Like, we don't leave the dogs outside. They were just being let out because, you know, they had to go to the bathroom, right? It's early in the morning. So my stepmom just woke up and let the dogs out, I presume, which is why they were sitting outside my window barking. All right. I'm going to do, like, for the record, just for people watching the Twitch stream, there is one last thing that I'm going to do on stream. But it's unrelated to the leveling stuff. So for anybody watching this leveling recording on YouTube, thank you for watching. Make sure to throw the video a like if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to the second channel if you haven't already, so you are able to catch streams and videos like this whenever they happen. And we'll cut there. So future Haraldin, whenever he does